Hello, people. We are here with Dapple Productions Paddling Pool number 357. My name is T, and I'm joined here by Sofka. How are we feeling,
Oh,
honestly?
hello. We're feeling excited. We're feeling good. How are you?
I'm chill with it right now. Honestly, just excited to get into this very first set we have up here. Uh,
Yeah. Okay, we have Tidy Tidings and Sunstrike for the first set.
mhm. It looks like these are both pretty established teams. Just looking at their Sendo profiles, like pretty high div, I want to say. I don't know how these divs have been updated like recently. I haven't seen the new Looty docs or anything like that, but I
Yeah,
feel
me
like we can
neither.
see it. I feel like we're going to see some pretty great things out of both of these teams, honestly.
Yeah, I also think so too. For
Mhm.
now, let's just wait for a little for now, and we will have for the first match, Tower Control Museum Delphine Zeno.
That is such a classic map pick. I love it so much. It's
I
like
also do love it. Yeah.
it feels very niche in a sort of way. Like you don't see it often, but when you do see it, it's special to say the least.
Yeah.
And then for our game two, because we will have a game two regardless, it's going to be on Clan Blitz, but we can wait till later for that. Running into this first game of Tower Control Museum, waiting to see those weapons right now. We are going to have
Ooh.
very, very interesting weapons on both teams. A ballpoint splatling is something that you don't see on a lot of compositions, but it looks like Tidy Tidings is going to run with that on this very first game.
Yeah, I do see that. Ballpoint is really interesting, and if you know how to use it, it's really deadly.
And as of right now, it looks like they're going to be pushed back a bit. As the ballpoint goes down, a lot of players just looking to get some early picks on the side of Sunstrike. You see all of these weapons on Sunstrike, very, very mid-range focused, or mid to short-range focused. With the 52 gallon, the custom blaster, they're going to be pushing up very, very far ahead to try and get some nice picks. And we can see that really coming into their benefit right now in this first minute as they push up to this second checkpoint already.
Now we're gonna see how a couple skin strikes and Tidy Tidings gets back into control. And for now, the 52 gal takes the kill, and they're advancing now, pushing forward. They kill Echo, going back with a little ink wall, getting that special. Another kill, like another assist, and they're pushing back their enemy. This time is gonna be critical for an ace push.
And as we get past that second checkpoint, it looks like Sunstrike's push is going to be put to a close if they can get this stamper out of the way quickly. Said and done.
Yep.
That is not with a lot of points down, however, and it looks like Sunstrike is already striking back with some players in mid trying to stop this pushback from Tidy Tidings right now. And this whole game has really been dominated by by Sunstrike. I'm really interested to see how Tidy Tidings is going to get back into it. I think one of the big parts about this comp is going to be their inkjet usage, because a lot of these weapons on the side of Sunstrike, they're not going to be able to do a lot about it.
Yeah, I mean, the ink strike is really tactical. Oh, we see a nice stamper kill and a blaster kill over here by Will Chat. And they're going now up. They're going to push once again. And they're getting that little bomb, the fizzy bomb. We love that fizzy bomb. And they keep pushing. There's a ballpoint up there. They get killed, sadly. And we see now over up here another sorry.
Yeah, it looks like
Oh,
there's a
we see almost an unofficial wipeout from both teams.
that was a huge scramble to just stop that final push on the side of Sunstrike. Tidy Tidings is very down right now, but hopefully they can full reset. They have the tactical out now. They have players that can advance towards mid. Hopefully they can find some sort of footing right now, because right now the score stands 81, 91 zilch. So it's looking very tough. But the Inkjet is coming out on top of the tower right now as it's closing out. A lot of the players are getting up onto the spinner on the side of Sunstrike. On
Ooh.
Tidy Tidings, that's going to be 2 picks down right now. And hopefully this is going to be past the first checkpoint and maybe even onto the second. As you can see, the ballpoint is perching up there, trying to just box out everyone that can't really fight on the side of on the side of Sunstrike. They don't have a lot of range on their comp.
Yeah, indeed. Now they're trying to push back, and they're now going down on the second checkpoint, and they get killed by the person who was on top. There another kill that makes their aura appear, and now they keep another kill from the stamper, and come on, we can see another one. We cannot see another one. The ballpoint splatling killed them, and the Inkjet is coming in handy over here. Now going back and forth. So for now we can see that it's pretty much like on the same, like they're equal. Oh, wipeout.
I was going to say that 52 is a star of the show right now. Watching them, was that a quad that looked like a quad, but it was just a whole lot of players going down on the by the hands of Ego. It looks like they're still extending right now with this blaster. Honestly, this game looks very closed out for Sunstrike unless Tidy Tidings is really able to dismantle this push and find something quickly, but that's really what Sunstrike doesn't want to happen, and they're making a statement right now. As half of Tidy Tidings is down, the tower is like just laying on their side, but they have to find a way to really get control of mid right now, get some players down on the map. The big bubble isn't going to help with that. 2 players inside of it right now, and as Tidy Tidings tries to contest, multiple players go down. In the last 10 seconds, they really need to find something. This Inkjet is going to be popped, going to find 1 pick. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to go. The Inkjet goes down, 3 players down, and that's the game for Sunstrike right here.
That is game indeed for Sunstrike.
I want to say it seemed dominant for a lot of parts, but when Tidy Tidings got in, it felt like, there was a very good chance for them to just take back the lead in that moment. And everything sort of started from that 1 push that got the points all the way down to 9. And I feel like if Tidy Tidings had defended that and they got a bit more points on their 1 push, that could have been the game for them.
Indeed. For now, we're gonna see a second match. We can hopefully see a third one. For now, it's gonna be Clamblins on Barnacle Dime picked by Tidy Tidings.
And going into this map, I'm wondering if we're going to see the same things from both teams. Museum Tower, it's a bit of an odd pick, even though it's you see it sometimes, but you don't see it all the time. I feel like these teams might have a more fleshed out plan coming into Barnacle Clams, and so I'm interested to see if we're going to see everything the same. If we're going to see maybe the ballpoint still. I'm not saying the ballpoint was the issue of it, but it felt like, there could be something different in terms of that, the Inkjet.
Yeah, indeed. For now, I would like to see how the ballpoint could be going in handy over here. If it appears, if it appears on there, if it isn't, then I'm not complaining either. But yeah, pretty much that. For now, as someone who, for example, mains Dynamo on this map, it's quite interesting for Clamblades here, since it also takes place on the basket is a really nice point of the map. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. And one thing about this map is that it really favors a lot of longer range weapons too. I'm wondering if the edit is really going to be able to cut it, because I really like Sunstrike's composition. They have that really mid-range, short-range weapons, but they don't really have something really permanent to contest long range a lot of the time. And so edit, if the other team picks pencil, that might be more difficult for them to handle.
Yep. For now, let's just start, and we see the ballpoint once again.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to be seeing an Octobrush on the side of Sunstrike. That is quite neat, honestly. With the Kraken in tow, I really love this kit. It's something very, very special.
Okay, let's see who will do the first push. For now, we're gonna see Tactical getting pulled out. And for now, we see the Octobrush trying to push them. The Octobrush, I think it takes a really nice role that can just push forward the Power Clam. So it can be really interesting if they can always get that Power Clam back to the basket.
The brushes on clown, but that's just a classic all timer. But
Yep.
something different right here. We're seeing Tidy Titans really take the positioning right now in this first minute of the game, already with a clam in tow, and they're encroaching on the basket quite rapidly. A couple players go down, but they still have great positioning, and they're about to have a tactical up, which may help with this push right here. I see the Ultra Stamp lighting up on that overlay, and so it might get popped. Two specials up on the side of Tidy Tidings. They got pushed back a bit. The Tri-Strikes are coming out, but it looks like they still have a lot of good positioning, and they still have a Power Clam, best of all. And so I'm wondering if they're going to be able to get this push in here right now.
Yeah, indeed. Now for now they're gonna get pushed back, back and forth. The splatter shot was dead, like right in the right, and for now we cannot see a push from either teams. They're gonna need to try to kill or do a wipeout because they're now really defending that base.
And I really want to highlight the play of Echo right here on this end zap because they have stayed alive for pretty much the entire game at this point, only going down to this Octobrush right now, but that seems like a worthwhile trade because they can still have this positioning, they can still have players up on the map,
Yes.
Overall, this is still favoring Tidy Tidings, but I'm wondering if they keep this for too long, is Sunstrike going to get an opening and really push back? Because as we saw in the last game, Sunstrike can really do a lot on their offense.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, now for Ink Strikes, the splatter shot gets back into control with another kill. The ballpoint tries to get them back. Ink Strike gets popped out, and they're panicking. They look at panicking.
Yeah, this is a very dicey situation for both teams right now. It looks like Favor is going back on the side of Sunstrike as they've taken back the platform of Tidy Tidings, and they're going to have a clam here, Power Clam, in just a second, and a couple specials on the board too. Immediately the pace is shifted, and we're more than halfway done with the game, and the score is still 0-0. This might be a buzzer beater of a match, honestly.
Yup. For now, we're gonna see how the Power Clam can get into the other base. Oh, they lost the Power Clam. They're trying to get the wipeout. They're trying to get the Power Clam, and they're dead. Lumi gets that kill. And for now, we're gonna wait for another while and see. Well, maybe not a while, but it can be quick how the pace shifted in one moment of the game.
Yeah, and in that massive team fight,
Oh.
Sunstrike ended up on top, but they didn't have any clams at the end of the day, so they weren't actually able to score. They had to
Yeah.
retreat back to the center of the map. And coming into our final minute in just a few seconds, both teams really need to find some way to push past this little spawn area to actually get towards the basket. Both teams have had points, had clams, and now we're gonna see Tidy Tidings actually make some footing in this, getting one big clam in and getting some more clams up, down to 65 points. On a map like this, with this positioning,
wipeout.
one player down, both teams wipe, minus the ballpoint, and that's going to be amazing for Tidy Tidings as they're able to extend this lead even further, down to 59 points. Going down to this last minute, Sunstrike is really on the back foot.
Yeah, it is. Now they're down with 20 penalty points, another Power Clam from the other team, from Tidy Tidings, and they're trying to get now another Power Clam there. For now, they're pushing. The Octobrush killed Lumi, and they popped a Tacticaler, and they're now trying to advance over there.
That Octobrush had almost a play of the game right there, nearly getting two
Yup.
players. Might get their two right here. Yet they get it, and they force Tidy Tidings to go all the way back to spawn. And this might just be the moment that Sunstrike needs to to win this game, as we're going to go into overtime. The Power Clam is made, but it doesn't look like the players are near enough to basket. We might see that Octobrush maybe try and make a break for it, in these last couple seconds right here as they're in spawn with the Kraken waiting
Ooh.
for it to end so the players can jump. Is this going to be enough right here? The crab tank is stalling for time. Everyone's stalling for time. Can they get
Ooh.
a clam in? No, that is going to be 3 players down, and that's going to be the game
Oh.
for Tidy Tidings.
Ooh, that's a game for them. Yes, indeed. So we're
That
gonna see a third match.
that for the first couple minutes, it just seems so. Both teams really had great positioning, but they weren't able to get to the basket. And, it doesn't. Nothing really matters until you get those points in the basket. And Tidy Tidings, they made their mark first, and they made an exceptional mark at that. So that's going to put them on the board for now.
Indeed. Now they're 1-1 match point for both teams, and for the third break, as a tiebreaker, we're gonna have Rainmaker and Undertow Spillway. What are your thoughts on this map?
I think the weapon I associate the most with this map, it may be an odd choice, but I feel like it's the heavy edit splatling. It does so much for Rainmaker in general, but on this
Yep.
map specifically, there's so many tight corners that it becomes very difficult to contest this weapon. It just finds a way almost every single time to just annihilate you. And of course, like I'm wondering if Sunstrike is going to stick with the edit, or I know some people they like the pencil here, maybe something else. I'm not too sure, but I think I always have to go with the edit weapon on this map. I think that's going to be the real winner here.
Yeah, I mean, I do also think that the edit is going to be a really nice pick here. Also, I think I usually play a lot of Dapple Doolies here. They're really nice, and like apart from that, you can really get that on your face feeling from the Dapples. Like any other, maybe a long range, like a Sculpture Dualies or any other long range weapons are going to be really nice on this map, and we still keep the ballpoint on their team.
Yeah, it looked like same team compositions from the very first game, but that's going to be a Slosher Deco on the
Yep.
side of Sunstrike. Incredibly rare weapon choice, but I have so much respect for it. Zipcaster, amazing on this map. It's just that you never see Slosher Deco in pretty much everywhere. As we're going to see a Slosher fight to start out the game, it looks like Tidy Tidings. It ends in a tie, but Tidy Tidings is going to come out on top of.
Oh.
Well, they get the trade anyways, and that's going to be Tidy Tidings getting up to the first checkpoint in the first 30 seconds.
That's amazing from them. And for now, they're gonna see a Zipcaster going to get it in action. They look like Spider-Man, but they get killed by Luna Blaster Neo. They get back, broke the bubble, and they get up. Will they get it? No! And the heavy edit gets them down. Like you said, the heavy edit is really nice and a really nice pick here, especially in Rainmaker. So it's really doing its job.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to see much of it in this very first minute, but I feel like now with this pop again, it's going to really get to show something right here. Maybe get a tactical where it's going to be able to fight a lot of these weapons on the side of Tidy Tidings outside of the ballpoint, really. But it looks very tough on the side of Sunstrike right now, as they got pushed back very far in this first minute. They really need to find something to get that fire started, because down to 8 is going to be a very hard ask, especially against a team of Tidy Tidings caliber right here.
Yeah, indeed. For now, we're gonna see a Rainmaker possession by Tidy Tidings. They keep pushing, they're gonna go up, and they lost the Rainmaker by the Luna Blaster, most definitely. And Tidy Tidings is forced to go back into the base. And for now, we're gonna see how they're being chased down. And oh, dang, okay. The 52 gal get them.
This 52, it's been a problem for Tidy Tidings in this entire set, and it might be the catalyst for what really starts this push. That the health bar change really showed there how close that was. That looked like less than 1 HP, if I'm being honest. We're gonna see the Inkjet come out here on Tidy Tidings to potentially defend the Rainmaker.
Ooh.
and it's going to be 2 down on the side of Sunstrike as the last two really want to keep this push alive. It's going to be very difficult to move the Rainmaker back into this position if they let it go down. But it looks like all the players have fended back. They're just trying to find positioning. The blaster finds an amazing shark and gets 3 players or activated. That might be a quad for them, and this is the momentum swing that Sunstrike needs in this game right here. It's going to be a checkpoint. No, the Luna
No,
blaster
it
gets a
isn't.
second, but it still looks like Sunstrike is in a dominant position.
Yep. For now, they're gonna see the. Oh, okay. They're getting back into control. They're getting back. Oh, 2 down, 3 down, and the Rainmaker is wide open for everybody to grab. But they're gonna let that reset back to the center, and for now, Sunstrike has the mid. So for now, they're gonna get most definitely the little Rainmaker.
And a very bold
Ooh.
push from the Luna Blaster. It's going to end in 3 down on the side of Tidy Tidings, and they already have this checkpoint. That's a lot of the task already done with right now. And if they can get their footing really well, set up well right here, it could just be Sunstrike, setting up the push that wins them the game. 3 players down. It's just the Luna Blaster right
Whoa.
now. The points are ticking down. They're trying to find that very last player. The Ultra Champ is popped, and it's a wipeout. Lead taken,
And Sunstrike takes the game and set.
that was an incredible clutch on the side of Sunstrike. Honestly, they really handled that situation like amazingly.
Yeah.
A lot of teams, I feel like they would see a lead that massive and they would sort of crumple. They would not really figure out how to get back to that position, because down to 8 points in the first minute, it's really difficult to come back like from that, especially on Undertow Spillway. But they found like their picks in the right places. They really knew when to push well, and that won them the game in a very clean manner, honestly.
Yeah, it did. So for now, we're gonna see that yes, in this Sunstrike got the set, and for now, let's just really talk about how the gal was an actual problem, actual troublemaker with these matches. They they really talked like they really got the lead on some like how do I say it? Mm, yeah, like maybe almost unofficial wipeouts on their side.
Yeah, pretty much every time we saw them on the camera, they had their aura on lock. So
Yeah,
that's a surefire sign that the players at least like contributing some KOs to the whole match. You know, I feel like that was just a massive like bane to the side of Tidy Tidings for that entire set, having to deal with a 52 that may just be behind them for the entire game.
yeah, indeed.
All right, and we're gonna throw to a break right now, but we will be back with more paddling pool in just a bit.
You So now we're back. We're actually back. We hope that you guys got your water. And for now, we're getting W Gang and Bad Luck for the next matches.
And this is going to be, from seeing alone, this looks like it's going to be a very uphill battle. A W Gang looks like a lot of high level players on their side versus Bad Luck. Going to be, a bit of a lesser known team, but I feel like it's going to be seed number 2 versus seed number 15. So that means W Gang is seeded to, make it all the way through the grand finals at the very least. So I'm wondering, is Bad Luck going to be able to really hold up against a team of this caliber right here? Or, what are we going to see in this first game? I'm really wondering.
Yeah, I mean, for now, actually, who do you put your stakes on? Like, do you think W Gang is gonna win? Do you think Bad Luck is gonna win?
If I had to, honestly, I'd just go with W Gang off the bat. Like, I trust the seeding most of all, but I always have to root for the underdog, like, no matter what. If a team like Bad Luck, they're able to really make their mark by getting a win on a team like this, I have to root for them at some point. So I'm just excited to see whatever we have here on this first map of Clan Blitz on Barnacle.
Again, we see the same map, and we see right now a mini Splatling, a Splatana, a Pencil over there.
It's very, very interesting on both team sides. I see the Splat Charge on the side of W Gang. You see that a lot, but I feel like you see it more so on Rainmaker, not so much on Clan Blitz. But it's going to help a lot with pushing to the basket. And, in that very first minute, we're going to see a lot of players on Bad Luck fall down to W Gang, getting a lot of mid positioning. Not as many clams right now, but, they're going to get that up as they get players down. And it looks like Bad Luck has just been on the back foot for this very first minute or so.
Yeah, indeed. For now, W Gang are falling down. They're getting pushed back. They have their base controlled. And for now, they're getting back down. The blaster is getting down. And the power clamp gets in.
The Ink Bat came out to assist with that. The player that scored still went down. But, that's 60 points on the board for W Gang. Really not bad for the first minute of this game. We saw in that last set. Both teams really struggled to make an impact within that time frame. So the fact that W Gang is really able to make something right now, and they're still getting picks, like, in an amazing way here, I think that's honestly spelling a lot for this set already. They're getting another score in right here.
Ooh, another score. They get the power clamp in. They're pushing, they're pushing, they're pushing. And another one goes down. A splashdown gets activated. And for now, the Pencil is doing a lot of work. And they still want to get that power clamp. Oh, not power clamp, basket. The basket comes down. The crab gets in.
And we see the Tetras win this fight against the Stamper that's going to get rid of the power clamp on the side of W Gang, but the players are already enveloping them. There's a player behind the Tetras on Bad Luck.
That was almost a fumble.
Yeah, there's another.
That was almost a fumble.
Thankfully they recouped that really fast, but if you're Bad Luck, you've really got to adjust your mental framing right here, because it looks like W Gang is just getting these clams in over and over again. They're looking to repeat the cycle. They have to wait for the basket to come down.
They're just waiting. That's a little bit humiliating for Bad Luck.
Yeah, Bad Luck. They need to stop these last 3 clams from going in. It's just the mini on the side of W Gang. So, maybe they can get the wipe. They do. So
almost.
This could be what gets Bad Luck back in the game right here. They have all of this mid paint right now. They're gonna have a bunch of specials up. We see the Crab Tank wondering when it's gonna be popped. We see the Zipcaster already. It might go for that Charger or someone. And this is prime position to really get a lot of points on the board if you're Bad Luck.
Oh. And another power clamp gets in. I hope they're getting another more clams, and they are now down to 65 points. The Inkback getting that help, and the Stamper gets that another kill, and they let that basket go back down.
That was, they got their points on the board, but when you're down to 8, you really need to focus on just getting everything in. Well, not getting everything in, but getting everything in the safest way possible. And it doesn't seem like Bad Luck has really set themselves up to win in that type of way. As they're going down right here, one more push on the side of W Gang might just seal the deal on this game. As we see that final power clam come in, they only need 3 more, and there it is. A
Ooh.
very dominant game 1 on the side of W Gang.
Yeah, indeed. They just kept pushing and pushing with more power clams. And that was honestly, a really fast game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these teams' projections, W Gang is kind of seeded to just beat everyone in bracket, and I don't know if Bad Luck is feeling the pressure or not, but it must certainly feel like very daunting to actually have to play against a team that
Yeah.
is like this strong in the game. So how do you think they're gonna deal with this team going into Hacklefish Tower now?
I really hope they can make a push on the very first minutes of the game, since that could be like a definite, like, decisive point. And also, I would really like to see like Bad Luck on action, like if they get more defensive, if they get more offensive, or maybe just in general how they will play. Because I'm trying to figure out a little bit how are their play styles and stuff.
Yeah, I think one thing that would really benefit Bad Luck on this map, it would be if they went that more aggressive route with their Tetra dualies, because you saw the Tetras make a lot of great plays for a lot of that match, but it felt like they could really, hone in on that backline so that W Gang doesn't have that longer range pressure to deal with a lot of Bad Luck's options. So I'm wondering if they're going to see like a mental switch, if we're going to see a weapon switch maybe on the side of Bad Luck. Maybe they thought in that game they just didn't have enough control or anything. They want to switch up the flow.
Yeah, indeed. Now we're gonna see maybe the same matchup. Yeah, they are.
Mirrors on both sides, and getting into this first minute of the game, I want to see how both of these sides roll out. In this map specifically, the sides are going to be really important as we see a 1v1 breaking out into this. I can't see who the weapons are, but if I had to imagine, it's probably the Tetras and someone else.
Yeah.
But it looks like W Gang is going to come out on top in this first minute, bubble on tower, but the player goes down. And it actually looks like everything's pretty even, all things considered.
Yeah, for now they're gonna see that W Gang is pushing their tower, pushing their base, and breaking up the trip point for the first time.
And this first checkpoint's going to go down. That Inkback might come out very, very soon to just make sure that they're pushing on the tower, but the Zipcaster might be the thing to break it. Nope, they're going to focus the other players as they're so distracted. And that is going to be the checkpoint abandoned right now for W Gang. Bad Luck very successful at defending their tower, but this bubble in mid, that's going to be very problematic for Bad Luck right now. I'm wondering how they're going to fight back for this mid here. You see the Tetris coming out and the Luna, so
Yeah, indeed. For now, they're seeing the Luna Blaster is trying to get that more kills, and the Splatcaster is up, and they get killed sadly by the auto bomb.
I've been there. The auto bomb just sneaks up on you. It feels awful. But they gotta spring back, because right now W Gang is looking to really finish off this game. They have the Booyah Bomb in tow. They have the Ink back in tow. That is probably going to let them get everything. They've popped 3 of their specials right here. They're really trying to close the deal right now. Passing that second checkpoint onto the third one, and on this map, this third checkpoint is terrifying. It's very difficult to contest it, and at that point, the game, it could just be over. But I've seen a lot of teams come back from the position like this, and I think Bad Luck, they could do it. They have the Zipcaster out right now, and they have a lot of players down on the side of W Gang, so If they are able to get their footing back, I think that bad luck can really find their way back into this game.
Indeed, for now we're gonna see a trade by the blasters, and for now they're gonna see a bobbler up here, and another tower control by W gang. They trying to get that super jump kill, but they sadly don't. The reef slider dies, the booyah bomb gets in, and another booyah bomb. I don't think that's another booyah bomb. I'm sorry. Uh, and yeah, another auto bomb, some echolocators, and a splashdown is ready. A bank vac is getting that assist from the crab tank, and ooh, they get that down.
The crab tank just fed up that ink back, everything. I don't think it actually got a kill in the end of the day, but still, that ink back serving its purpose. Oh my god, words are
Yeah.
hard to say.
Yeah.
But we're gonna see a lot of scraps here on both sides. And it still looks like W Gang is just in the front seat, as they have been for like most of this set, honestly. I wonder if the Tetris is gonna find anything on this one pick. Just a
Oh.
sliver of HP left on the mini Splatling. It's going to be very unfortunate because that might have been the momentum swing that bad luck needed in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be. I see that the Tetra Dualies are having a really hard time over here. Now a little Splatling is gonna get that kill. The ink bag is getting a shot there, and more subs going down for the team. And they're trying to get the bubbler down. They're not able to. They are actually able to. And they're trying to get that third checkpoint. They're on 3 points.
And they just barely got off the tower for long enough. And then, if you're bad luck, you really need to find something right here. You need to get all of the players off the map, out of your spawn right now, and you need to be making headway. That's not going to be happening as the blaster is going to find some ore right here. Getting three players, four players, making me eat my words right now. And this might just be W Gang riding the tower into victory. The charger fell off the tower. But
oh my god.
yep, they're just going to do a victory bubble right here, and it's going to be W Gang closing out the set.
Yeah, indeed. That was bad luck for bad luck.
I mean, if you're up against a team like this, it's gonna be a very uphill battle no matter what. You really have to pick and choose your spots. You have to be playing super on point. But bad luck. They put up a very good fight throughout this whole game. These weren't like just wipeouts instantly. They were like they had some very strong back and forth moments. And so I feel like going into the rest of this bracket, bad luck, they could, if they refine their strategy, I feel like they could really make a deep run. But for now, that's going to be W Gang just moved on.
Yeah, indeed. For now, we can see that W Gang takes the set, and we can actually talk about a little bit of the blaster, the Lunar Blaster that was getting that little wipeout on the very end.
Yeah, W Gang was just very impressive with a lot of their plays. I feel like I couldn't even like highlight a specific player because they all just played their parts so well and in such a silently good way that it was like, this is just like very, very solid play. It's hard to say much about it.
Yeah, and for now, we'll be right back in a little after a really small moment. So keep up with the stream, and we will be right back.
Hey guys, we're back with Paddling Pool 357. I'm T, and I'm here with Safka, and we're gonna have our next
Hello.
setup here. Anon up top versus Vladimir.
I wonder why they chose Vladimir as a
Yeah,
name.
I mean, yeah, I don't know,
It's a
cause
bit silly.
sometimes the pickups just like they're just random words you come up with it, or sometimes it's just an inside joke that only you and like some other guys get, and then you see it on the Sendo page, and it's like, what does this even mean? Like, I need
Yeah.
I need like 7 different layers of context to actually understand why you find this so funny.
Yeah. I mean, I also have my own inside jokes with my friends and stuff, obviously, but I mean, it's always fun to try to understand what are the other inside jokes from other people.
All right, tapping this first game, tower control on ship shape. Gonna see a Nautilus. I feel like you don't see that all too often, but it's gonna be the pick of choice. Both teams actually have a point sensor on board. I wonder if that's just a map specific thing or a team specific thing or whatever. But here we go, on to this first push.
Indeed, we're now seeing a pencil trying to get that area covered and some a little tactical over here to get that push going. They get a
Yeah,
hit over there and they're trying to get that up. And for now, we can just see a little war between the pencils.
yeah. In that first minute, we actually saw the junior instantly ping for a bubble, go for tower, then instantly die on top of it. Just a very funny interaction. But we're gonna see Vladimir take a very passive approach to it. The pencil opting to just stay back and really poke out a lot of the weapons on the side of Anon up top. That's gonna lose them a lot of space, and ultimately, it's gonna let Anon up top actually take the tower, paint a lot of mid right here, and start off this very first push of the game. A crab tank on bridge is a very dangerous thing to get in a position like this, but Anon up top, they're dealing with it. They push the crab off. They got multiple players out
Oh,
of the game right now, so this is the pushback that they really need to start off this game.
indeed. For now, we're gonna see that Anon up top is getting that lead, and now they're getting back by the Inkstorm. They got splatted by the Inkstorm. That is real unfortunate.
Yeah, it's supposed to be all that tick damage, but if you take enough from like the main weapon, then the storm's just gonna get you right there. And
Yep.
now we see a very huge reversal of situations as Valdemir is going to push up to this very first checkpoint. Won't get it all the way, unfortunately, but that's very strong pointage. They still have a lot of players up to control space, and they're still taking down players on the side of Ann on the top. So it's very evenly matched in this very first minute, and that's a sign of an exciting set. Looking at this S Blast player just take a bunch of space right now, potentially pop a
Yep.
Booyah Bomb.
Potentially. Oh, almost. Oh, they actually get the Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, it looks like
And
just about
and
everyone on the
the
side
oops,
of
sorry.
Vladimir has popped their specials except for the junior, waiting for a very opportune time to get that bubbler up on tower. And there we go, right in front of the very first checkpoint, and this is very dangerous if you're Anon up top. You're kind of scrambling to figure something out as the players on Vladimir have already taken over that perch, taken down multiple players on the side of Anon up top, and it's just Nautilus
Ooh,
behind.
wipeout
That's a game.
and game. That was sweet.
Yeah, this map is so snowbally, especially if you have something like Junior that's just going to be able to get a bubble like every 20 seconds or something. Just a kind of ridiculous weapon on tower control, if you ask me. But sometimes the Junior is really what like pushes you to victory. I think the Junior, like knowing when to pop bubble and that's perfect time, like that's really what won them the game right there. And Vladimir's going to start off with a very early lead in this set.
Indeed. And now we're gonna see a Rainmaker match on Scourge Gorge.
I honestly wonder if we're gonna see the junior here, because I kind of love junior in these types of situations, like on this map specifically, because there's so many choke points that throwing a splat bomb it just clears it so quickly. And if there's anyone that's good at throwing splat bombs, it's going to be Junior.
Yeah, indeed. Like, I really sometimes find it annoying, like, to fight against the junior because they either have a lot of sub special, like sub saver, or the special power up, and they really get annoying.
Into this next game, what are we going to see right here? If I had to bet something, it's that some side is going to switch off pencil. But
Oh,
nope, I was wrong. And
oh.
both teams are going to burn with the pencil. Actually, we're going to see a carbon out on the side of Anon up top. Something very, very strong with sharking. Unfortunately, we're not going to see a junior, but hey, that's just a game. That's how it is.
I mean, we don't get the junior, but we get the carbon.
That is a pretty fair trade-off. That carbon's playstyle, it's going to be lurking around the map trying to find out anyone it can. Maybe throw out a couple burst bombs. Try Zukuri too. Just a casual day at work.
Casual day of work. I like your logic.
All right, coming into this game, a lot of the teams just like fighting it out right now. The pencils, they're having at it on their own side. Some players go down on both sides, but neither one have really taken a lot right here. We're seeing Vladimir maybe get something aggressive going. A lot of the players on Anon up top have really been pushed back into this choke point, but they don't know that the carbon might be right there. So as they come into this area,
Ow.
that's a player down. the very dangerous thing.
The carbon gets that kill right there, and they're trying to get that. Oh my god! They fall off the ledge, and they got killed. That's something. That's something.
But luckily, the Rainmaker itself didn't fall. So if Anon up top wants to grab it again, they can just go for it. Looking at their positioning right now, maybe if they clear a bit more space, they can just break it off right now. As the tactical it goes up, they have some players down on the side of Vladimir. That's going to be the blaster, but the carbon is forced to trade it off. It's looking very, very scrappy right now in this POV. Somehow surviving this situation, I find that honestly shocking, but that's just straight up impressive.
Yeah, they kind of look like they're panicking a bit, but they still get out of the situation pretty neatly.
And we can see this carbon is surviving right now, just weaving in and out and in and out, trying to find something. Gets caught by the pencil at the very last second, and it's going to be CC right now, trying to find something really, really nice right here. Maybe get their team forced up into this choke point, grab the Rainmaker themselves.
Yep.
And maybe convert it into some points right here.
For now, they're gonna see that they're gonna get past through the sorry, they're gonna get past through the first checkpoint. That's a tongue twister there, and they lost the Rainmaker once again. The pencil is trying to get them, and they got him. The Nautilus, which is quite fun to play, and they got him. For now, they're super jumping back to base. The aura is riling up on them.
Yeah, I didn't even notice, because in the first game they played the base Nautilus kit, but this is I forget what it's called, but it's the Gold Nautilus with the triple splashdown. I don't know if that was different or not, but that's going to be very helpful at just popping the Rainmaker, forcing any players out of specific positions. And I think that Anon up top is really going to be using that in order to get past this first checkpoint point, first of all, but potentially win the game, as it's going to be 3 players down on the side of Vladimir.
Indeed, for now they broke through another checkpoint, and the crab tank is trying to make their way there. The bombs are flowing, the bombs are getting there, and the Rainmaker is about to go back to... Okay.
Carbon, please.
Okay. I thought it was gonna go back to the middle, but seems not.
Yeah, and I didn't even notice the time on the clock. That's going to be a minute left in this game, and in that very shaky position, Vladimir is going to opt to just run the Rainmaker off the map. But, if you look at the control that Anon up top has right here, they're gonna just run it back if they can, and take over the lead. It's not much of a difference right here, down to 40 something, 43. That's just enough to take it over, and Anon up top is at on. They have a lead right here in this last 30 seconds of the game, and Vladimir, they need to find up something right now, or else it's gonna be curtains for them in this game too.
They just need just a little bit more of a push, more than what they achieved in the first place. So I might think that they're gonna get that Rainmaker reset for first. They're gonna get that kill. The blaster is getting pushed, like a little push, and they keep overtime for now. And the splashdown gets used, and they're going up front. And they're pushing up. A more aura is. Oh, okay. They lost the lead, and Vladimir takes the game.
That was so close. Just and on up top, they had their push down to all the way down to 43. Vladimir was able to match them in that very last second of the game. So yeah, that's gonna be one on the. Well, it's gonna be two on the board on the side of Vladimir, potentially match point for them.
Indeed, for now we're gonna wait for a third match on Splat Zones. That's gonna be the first Splat Zones map for this night or afternoon, depending on where you're watching this. It's gonna be on Hacklefish Market.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised it took us this long to get a single game of zones. I'm excited to see how both teams really shape up on it, because even though it's a 2-0 set, this is one of the closest 2-0s I've ever seen. Both teams really had an opportunity to win the game at some point. It's just been Vladimir finding those clutch situations to just get just a bit ahead, In that very first game, they had their really dominant push that just won them the game. In this game we had right here, they had a very nice clutch to just get them the victory. So are we going to see something reminiscent of the first game or the second game, or is Anon up top going to prove that they're better than this? They can just come back all the way. I'm hoping to see game 5, honestly.
Yeah, me too. For now, we can see a tent umbrella on the other side for Vladimir.
That
okay. Okay. We have. Okay. So XYZ ended the battle, and we're gonna see what's wrong, what happened, and we're gonna be right back.
Rainmaker.
Oh my.
So that's not the map mode we're playing on.
Yep.
I mean, I hope the tent umbrella wasn't a Rainmaker exclusive thing. They thought they were playing on Rainmaker, but I'd like to see the tent on this map. It has a lot of use cases. Did you catch if it was the vanilla kit or the Sorella kit?
I think it was a vanilla, actually.
You know what? I vibe with that regardless. I think the Sorella, having the ink mines on zone, it's always going to be super useful, and especially that Trizuka. But the vacuum and beacon combo can be very useful for just prolonging your hold sometimes. So I'm very interested to see how this umbrella is going to shape up with the rest of this comp.
Yeah, for now we're gonna see Splat Zones once again, now for real. And yeah, we see the Carbon, we see the Nautilus, Vanilla Nautilus, and we don't see the Brella.
Interesting. Okay. So Anon up top, they have an opportunity to just swing everything back in their favor. I want to see the Carbon especially make some aggressive plays here to start, maybe find a pick or two, and just set the pace. Because both teams, they're going to be playing a pretty similar game, I feel, except for that Carbon. That's going to be the real difference maker, as we see in this very first wipeout on the side of Anon up top. The Carbon just coming out from behind and finding so many picks in just a short span of time. Vladimir, the past couple games, they've kind of just had this dominant stretch, but Anon up top is having theirs right now.
Indeed, for now they're gonna try push once again. They get back into control from Anon up top. The crab tank is getting that. I cannot catch who was. And for now, the sniper is just watching like a hawk over the mid.
And so many players tried to push up on Vladimir, but so many failed to really get back in the mid right there. As we see the points ticking down all the way to 16 before Vladimir can actually cap back. That's a very, very great lead on the side of Anon up top to start out this game, and a very different change of pace compared to what we've seen from our last two games, all things considered.
Indeed, for now we can see 89 on the pause, back into neutral or back into lead from Vladimir. And for now, we can see 16 points with 64 penalty points. They're trying to push up back to the base so they can get slowed down.
And we see the S-Blast out here on a solo mission, just trying to stall as much time as they can, because if you're looking at the points on the board right now, Vladimir's getting pretty close to contesting in on top's lead. Only 20 ticks left to match their score, and even less for a lead right here. So someone is going to need to get into that zone for Anon up top and really start painting. Otherwise, it's going to be a very difficult game for Anon up top to clutch back. We see a lead swap right here, and it looks like we're going to be in it for the long haul right now. Anon up top has capped, and both teams are just scrapping for something right now, just a morsel of a lead.
Indeed, for now we can see that there's a 6-point lead from Vladimir, and from now they're gonna throw a booyah bomb back to their almost base, and from now we can just see that the pencil is just staring like a hog over there in between the carp over there, and the crab is just nailing it.
When you say snailing it, it sounds like snailing it, and the Nautilus
Yeah.
is like, that's amazing wordplay.
Thank you.
But we can see the Nautilus right here just trying to box out any players that really want to contest anyone from Vladimir. One of the, I'd say, the most lethal weapon on this screen right now, aside from the Carbon Roller. So you combine those two weapons, it's going to be very dangerous for Vladimir to really fight back inside of the zone. You have the Nautilus just shooting you from inside of the zone, and you have the Carbon just flanking on the side all the time, not to mention the Crab Tank that can come out every once in a while and threaten so much long-range pressure, and help enable that Carbon Roller, as we can see them get one down on the side of Vladimir as well.
Yeah, we just see how they're going down to the pencil with such easiness, like no effort at all.
Yeah, that's going to be the pencil getting one through the strikes as well. Very impressive. And it's gonna still be an even game on both sides right here. Just a couple points away from getting rid of that penalty and getting the lead out for Anon up top. They have to push through these final penalty points though, and I don't know if it's going to be able to be possible with the Splashmatic here. Popping the crab, the final burst bomb, nailing the coffin right there. They got taken out afterwards, but that trade is very well worth it just to get the pencil off the map, because it threatens so much range on this map.
Yep. For now, we're just gonna see for the last 30 seconds of the game if there is gonna be a lead switch. They lost control, back into control from Vladimir. They got 53 penalty points. They got slayed by the crab.
Yeah, and 2 down for Vladimir right now as we're getting into overtime right here. Something massive needs to happen in order to stop this lead swap, and that might just be the most massive thing possible. The tri-strikes are coming out on the zone, and the complete flip. Yeah, you can see the aura coming out on that Splashmatic. Well deserved, because it's going to be a 3-0 for Vladimir.
And that's a set for Vladimir.
Yeah, that was one of the closest 3-0s I've ever seen, honestly.
Yeah, I honestly feel a bit bad for Anon on top. They really did a nice job, but if it was just a bit more of effort or a bit more of a push, they could have made it. And yeah, I mean, it was pretty close, as you said. But yeah, stuff happens.
Yeah, that's one of the games where you look back at the replay codes and you see a couple moments here and there, and it's like, oh, if we did this here, I think that would have just been a victory for us. And ultimately, and up top, they're going to be sent to the losers bracket. But Vladimir moving ahead, they're going to be fighting Khabib getting next, and that's going to be our first seed of the tournament. So, considering
Ooh.
how dominant this match was, I'm wondering like how they're going to face off against Khabib getting, all things considered.
And for now, we're just gonna be right back after a quick break, and we'll see you guys. And hello back. We're back with T that and we're on paddling pool 357. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling excited for this winner's semis match, I believe. Yep, between W Gang and Locked. We saw a bit of W Gang before, but I we don't haven't seen Locked on stream yet, so I'm really interested how they're gonna play.
Yeah, me too. We saw that W Gang definitely got a big win against Bad Luck. And for now, we're gonna see for the first match, Tower Control on Makomard.
Hmm. I think this is gonna be it's gonna be a very decisive map for both teams because tower control make 'em art. I'd say this is one of the definitive tower control maps. Pretty much everyone's playing it on it all the time. So I feel like both teams are going to come into this with a pretty solid strategy, and whoever comes out on top here, they're going to have a very good lead going into the rest of the set. So I really wonder how it's going to look on both sides for this map.
Indeed. For now, let's just wait for a little bit and we can talk a bit about W Gang. I think with this team, I think it was the problematic 92 gal over here.
Mm-hmm. The is that I don't remember. We're getting into the game either way.
Yeah.
But we're going to see a pencil on both teams and some AoE on both sides. It's going to be the Blaster and Stamper on the side of W Gang. And for Locked, it's going to be the S-Blast and the Slosher. Something to hit over those stacks, Very
Ooh.
casual AoE for both teams. Going to be trading right there. Blaster for Blaster in the first couple of seconds of the game.
Indeed, for now we can see that the people that were inside the bubbler are out, and they're out with the rest of the team with a wipeout. And for now, we can see Locked getting that first checkpoint, getting past less than 70 points down to the lead.
Yeah, we see them they just collapsed on that Stamper instantly, saw that they dropped on the side there. It's like that's the free pick for us. We're going to take this all the way to the bank as they're coming up on the second checkpoint. Might as well just get this one for almost free right now, getting right past it. The pencil is going to just ride the tower all the way to victory as the rest of the team deals with the entirety of W Gang right here. It's going to be looking like a 0 to 100 right now as the pencil rides tower all the way to victory from the very start. That was dominant.
Yeah, it was really dominant from Locked. They just needed 1 minute to destroy them.
Yeah, that's the sign of a team that really knows like their victory win conditions versus someone that like they might not know everything in line. W Gang, I don't think they're established as a team, but Locked is, and Locked is going to have that synergy. So on a map like that, it's going to be, oh so dominant. But now we're going into a map that I don't think both teams. Well, one of these teams is going to be familiar with them because they picked it, but it's going to be Rainmaker on Mincemeat Metalworks.
Indeed. For now, we can just see that this map is really nice paired with a Hydra, in my opinion, or just in general, really long range weapons. What do you think?
I'm getting word that this is full wipes map list. But yeah, the long range weapons on this map, it's going to do a lot of favors. But, this is also Locked's map pick. So this could just be... I don't think W Gang is going to have, a whole lot of experience coming into Mincemeat Metalworks just on this fine Wednesday. So if I had to place a bet, it's that Locked is going to come into this map, like, sort of regardless of like what W Gang picks and have something very well thought out. I think we can see something like very niche like that Hydra long range. But I think we will see something pretty niche that for Locked.
Yeah, for now we will see in just a couple seconds, and we can just admire how Locked just dominated on that little minute that we had on the first match.
Yeah, like we barely even got to see so much of the so much of like the game, but that was just because Locked was so amazing. The one moment that really stuck out to me was when they identified that this Stamper was in a very risky position, and they just took it out with such ease. Stamper's a weapon that can trade like in a lot of dire situations, but they handled that very, very well and just kept pushing.
Indeed.
And so we're going to see Rapid with Pencil on the side of Locked, as well as a Dynamo on the side of W Gang. That weapon very
Ooh.
recently buffed, so that might be the thing that solves Rainmaker, Undertow, not Undertow Spillway, Mincemeat.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, as a Dynamo main, I think that Splatoon 1 Dynamo is coming back indeed.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing shades of it in this metagame. It's able to fight so many weapons that gave it trouble before. It's able to output so much paint and be reliable with that cooler. We can see that cooler coming into effect for all of its teammates right here, just letting them push so much further forward in order to get this very first checkpoint right now. You know, even though this is Locke's map pick, it looks like W Gang is taking this all the way to the bank in this very first push.
Yeah, they are, and we can see if. Oh, we almost saw that win and the wipeout right off the bat, and we can see that they're trying to burst that bubble. They're trying to get that, and oh,
Just
okay.
1 point interrupted the animation, and all the way to 1 point, they have to score. They have to score all the way, knock out the game. But Locked has they picked this map. And so I'd expect them to have a way to figure out like how to maneuver everything, even with their more awkward comp, even with everything down right now. You know, they're still finding a way back into mid to really poke out on this very long map. We're just seeing the Rapid really find something. Getting a direct onto the Zipcaster isn't gonna get the kill, but it's gonna be Zamage gets the direct right there. That's gonna seal it, and all of a sudden that's a delayed wipe for W Gang.
Indeed. For now, we can just see that the Rapid Blaster is taking that push with the Wave Breaker, and it's a couple aim strikes going down. Apart from the Rapid Blaster, which is honestly a really interesting pick, we can see that they also had a Gal, which is bringing me back memories.
Yeah, that Gal. It feels like one of those weapons that is always able to make something work, especially in the hands of a very skilled player. And that could just be the thing that really helps the players on Locked get back into this game. We see the Blaster trying to push ahead, bite off a bit more than they could chew. And it's going to be a possible snowball on the side of Locked as they have both players down on both teams. Going to be just the Gal right now as they try and survive with this splash wall. One player versus the world right now.
Ooh,
They can't win, but the Dynamo Zinc is just too much. That's a massive AoE to deal with.
Yeah, it's just a big rain of ink.
Yeah, that's going to be the push over for Locked, but they still have pretty good positioning. They're going to get a tactical out right now, and taking out the Rainmaker. The Rainmaker is still very close to that end goal, so there's still so much possibility to make this work for Locked. That it's not going to be the case if the Blaster is able to find picks like that, though.
Yep. For now, we can just see that they're trying to get back into track. The aura is flowing through the Rapid Blaster, and they get a wipeout from W Gang.
Yeah, W Gang has just been... They've been so on top of everything for so much of this game. The Rainmaker, almost telepathic with that shot. I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but it gets a kill regardless. And it's going to enable W Gang to move forward with this push. There's just a minute left in the game, and it looks like W Gang has figured it out. They saw the map counter pick, and they knew their strategy coming in. And they're just holding the Rainmaker in mid right now. There's no reason to even push here, because you have such a dominant lead. I mean, you do eventually have to move forward. You only have 25 seconds left on that Rainmaker clock, but you know, that's still enough time to take it slow for a bit. Just run out the clock. That's kind of what Rainmaker is sometimes. They got the crab tank up on mid. The Rainmaker's just shooting shots in the middle. You know what? They're probably going to let the Rainmaker KO, and it resets. And, oh no, they move it forward a bit. So something just happened on the screen.
Yeah. But it's okay, actually. But yeah, we can see that someone gets back to the base. Locke gets the Rainmaker. Maybe they can get that overtime going now, because there's only 3 seconds to go back to the left. Okay, now we're getting that overtime. They're getting that Wave Breaker, that Ink Wall. They're getting back into the base. Someone dies, and the Bucket dies, the Gal dies, and the Dynamo gets splatted by the Rainmaker. They're still trying to get that. Oh, and they get a shot from W Gang.
The crab tank came out there and just hyper focused on the Rainmaker. Said, "Yeah, we're not playing any games right now. We're just finishing this up." So, you know, and in that sort of position, Locke kind of needed a wipe to really secure that game. Unfortunately, didn't really find the players necessary to do so. But that was a very interesting situation because that was Locke's map, and I'm not sure if W Gang really knew what to do going into that, but they figured it out. That's I feel like there have been 2 very different dynamics going on in these first 2 games. Both teams really like showing their strengths in unique ways.
Indeed, for now, let's just move on to Splat Zones in Rubber Ramen. This is the second map of Splat Zones that we see tonight or afternoon again. And this was picked by W Gang, which this map is really. How do you say it? Maybe.
Stolly. It's a bit
Yeah.
stolly sometimes. I remember there was that era where everyone was picking Neo Splash, and it just painted the entire zone, and it threw its strikes, and that was kind of what this map was. But I mean, we've moved past it at this point. But still, you see a lot of high paint weapons really, focus on sitting back, just painting the zone aggressively here. There are really limited ways to get into the opponent's spawn on this map, and so I think it's going to be really defined this game by which team is able to get pushed past the zone and really take over the map in that type of way.
Indeed, for now we can just see that maybe with more blasters and more maybe even a heavy edit over here.
Yeah, I mean, one of the newly buffed weapons, the heavy splatling, I think we've all seen how much that weapon can paint now. And so we're not going to see it on this map, not right now at least, but we're going to see some pretty aggressive choices on the sides of both teams. W Gang taking I think a more passive approach with their blaster, Splash-O-Matic, and Stamper combo, but still a lot. The Splash is going to be painting a lot for a special, getting the crap, popping it whenever they can. But the other weapons are going to be focused a lot on fighting, and Pencil just shooting zone, shooting at other players as Pencil does.
Indeed, for now we just can see that the Pencil gets a gal from the other team, and they're painting the zone and getting that lead. For now, the marks are getting on 73 and around 80 for now, which is for now almost on the 73. They're taking the lead from now, and they're getting ink strikes back down. They still back into the control, and there's a lead switch from these. Well, not a lead switch, but you get me.
Yeah, this map can, as much as it can be stally, it can be so scrappy sometimes, as we see both teams really fighting for any sort of positioning they can. You have to get up in everyone else's face in order to really make some points happen. And we can see that right now with this Stamper getting up into the choke point. They have the crab to assist them, and just staying safe, playing it safe. We're gonna shark a bit. Okay, we're gonna pop out, throw some shots out, and we're gonna be very, very patient on this. Maybe not so patient with the zip caster, but you gotta hit that caster, and you know what?
Whoa.
You gotta die for it sometimes.
Yep. For now, we can just see an unofficial wipeout from W Gang that they almost got a wipeout with just that Stamper stacking up. And for now, we can see that the 52 gal is getting getting lead. Another kill from the gal, another kill from the gal, and they got that aura, and they got killed by the little burst bomb. I would hate if someone threw a water balloon at me and just die.
Yeah, that's got to be a really annoying burst bomb to have to deal with right here. Especially because, like, Splash, it's going to be throwing so many of those burst bombs and it combos with everything on the side of W Gang. Like, there's so much damage just flying around all the time. It's a classic chip comp, and it's doing them pretty well right now. They have the lead by a fairly sizable margin, looking to extend that even further with this crab tank shooting at the pencil right now and just forcing everyone off the zone. Down to 35 points. They might even be able to keep the zone after this. But it looks like W Gang has really got their comp on lock. The Stamper getting a very clutch KO onto the S-Blast right here and looking to get even more.
Indeed, for now they're going down to 15 points from W Gang, and it seems that they can keep the zone. Maybe, yeah, they do. They keep the zone and they win this game.
Yeah, the strikes came out just a bit too late for the side of locked, and that's not going to be enough for them to flip the zone. For the early parts of that game, it was very back and forth between both teams, but W Gang really figured out how to play the map, I feel. I don't think the zip casters were really working for them as much, but they decided, you know what, let's cast a lot less. Let's just pop our other specials whenever we can and throw our burst bombs because, you know, we're chipping everything all the time. And that really helped with securing this game.
Indeed, now we have a 2-1 lead from W Gang, which we're gonna move on to Clan Blitz on Barnacle Dime, which both picked and both teams picked, and this can be decisive for W Gang for winning the semis.
Yeah, Barnacle Clams, we've seen this map 3 times before already.
I think so.
No, 2 times, and this is going to be the 3rd.
Yep.
Yeah, so we've seen this map a lot, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And the vibes I've gotten, it's either been a huge blowout at the start, or something very casual, like both teams don't really find a way to the basket, but they still get a lot of clams. They sort of threaten to push, but they're not able to work their way all the way in. So I think we're going to be able to tell which team is really going to start off the pace just from this first minute or so. How that all goes down, it's going to set the pace for this whole set, well, for the rest of the set very seriously, because W Gang, they're 1 win away, and we're going to see a Kraken on the side of locked. Not something you really see in Clan Blitz now anymore, but always love to see that 9-6 gal.
Yeah, we see a double gal over here, and we see a change of the pencil to a vanilla splatter scope, which I really like on this map. For now, we're gonna see an assist from the pencil, getting that another kill from the to Splatana.
Yeah, and we're already seeing Locke just take up so much space right here, getting the pencil onto that perch, almost near a power climb right now. Just need to throw a couple more to the right players, and you've got it on lock. The Inkback is looking to disassemble this push right now, but the players are kind of just ignoring it. Honestly, they had to fight the other players on the side of W Gang, and it did its job. It secured the. I'm sorry, the 96 just jumped off the map. That distracted me a lot.
Yeah, it's okay. That also threw me off a little bit.
Regardless, that's going to set the momentum in favor of W Gang. Getting their power clam in right now, getting the Inkback set up, and getting multiple players down. It looks like a prime position to just run the clam forward and potentially score a basket.
Indeed, for now we see that the sniper is down. We can see that, yeah, I mean, that hawk that was over watching the basket is now going down. They force back the power clam player to go back to the mid, going maybe a little bit more. And for now, we can see the Inkback coming in clutch. We can see that they can shoot it up to the basket to have a clear path, maybe to get a score. They get a splashdown. They get that over there.
Yeah, a W Gang is really riding this momentum right now. They're popping the Zipcaster, getting one with the pencil, the Stamper staying over the fight, and while everyone else is distracted, the Splatter Scope just runs in for that score, a cheeky little score, just gets them that one. But in this type of game, that might just be the one that they need. Locked really has to work. They're on the back foot now. They need a score, and it needs to be a score and some at the very least. They can't just score this one clam and call it a day. They need to get a lot on the board. And this Kraken is looking to accomplish something, except it leaves their
Indeed.
teammate vulnerable. as,
Yep.
as someone comes up from behind, and the easy pickings to just take out your charger.
Yep. For now, we can see that the ink strikes are coming down, and two of our players from W Gang are going down. And for now, almost an unofficial wipeout from Locked. They're trying to get that push. They're trying to get that path to the basket.
Yeah, and with two clams on right now, they're getting
Ooh.
both of those clams in. Might get a little extra credit right here. I heard the aura snap somewhere. I don't see a player
Yeah.
with it right now. But, lots of fights breaking out. And in all of that chaos, Locked was able to push down to 42 points, down to 39. It just keeps going. Looks like even the 52 is getting some more in. Players keep cycling it in the 96 now, getting some more clams, down to 21 in one push. With just over a minute left on the clock, that's very lethal position for W Gang to be in.
Indeed, they can maybe get that little point for to make it a 2-2 situation, but maybe they can get. We can maybe get to the fifth game, which is gonna be really interesting in my opinion, since they both are gonna be in such a tense situation.
Yeah, in all of that, they were able to score the 96 fell off the map again, but it was in a very close fight. But in all the chaos, W Gang was able to get some points on the board, not enough for to seal the game out. But with so little time left on the clock, so little poor positioning right now for W Gang, they don't have any players in mid. They've all been pushed back because they all died off this one push. It's going to be Locked really in the driver's seat for this final 20 seconds of the game. If W Gang is able to get anything on overtime, they have a power clam, but they need to run that all the way to the other side of the map somehow. And not even then, they need to get more points outside of that. So they need to start shaping up something right now. And as three go down on the side of Locked, that may just be the thing that starts the final push.
Indeed, for now we can see an overtime. They're getting killed. The Inkvac is trying to get a support, and they get the bubbler. The power clamp goes in. They getting those clams. Maybe they can get a couple more so they can get that lead back. And there's a wipeout once again. We need one more clam. Oh,
And they end the game.
oh.
There's not a lot of time left. You can just let it play out, but that's gonna be the game. One clam away from victory, W Gang, and that we're going to a game 5, and this is a very, very tight game 5 right now.
Yep. Indeed. Well, yeah, I'm a little bit sad that I couldn't see that end.
Yeah, and it looks like Locked might be a bit upset about that. Either side, both. I feel like both sides they're riding off a lot of emotions right now, and seeing how they really manage it in this last game, going back to tower control, still on a pretty neutral map, but Inkblot versus Macomart, I feel like they played very differently, all things considered.
Indeed, for now, we have Tower Control on Inkblot Academy as the tiebreaker. This is a very, as you said, very neutral map. And what do you suggest for the teams here? What weapons or what strategies would you go for?
I think they both figured out what works best for them pretty well. On the side of W Gang, I believe it was the Splashmatic with a bunch of chip weapons. That's a tried and true combination. The Splashmatic with the pencil and two just very aggressive weapons. I feel like it works oh so well. And on the side of Locked, I'm not really sure what they should be running right now. I feel like that there's a lot. They've had their standard stuff, but I feel like they could really pull out anything on this type of map. It's very difficult to say.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, in this map, I really don't like to play it honestly, since it's really hard for me to get into those checkpoints and stuff. Maybe it's just my randoms.
This is a difficult map sometimes, but we're gonna see a complete style shift on the side of W Gang. Actually, no backline. The longest range weapon on the whole comp is gonna be the Stamper.
Yep. Maybe that's gonna be a little bit dangerous, maybe, because since having no backliner means that you could be going all forward all the time.
Yeah, you're gonna have to rely on something like the Crab Tank a lot of the time for your longer range aggression, but we see it go down there instantly. It's
Yep.
going to be very difficult to keep up with a team like Locked without a real backline, but regardless, W Gang is making it work right now as they have pushed up to this very first checkpoint, getting it almost there, just about popping the bubble just to be sure, and yes, they get that first checkpoint. Getting some more points on the board, but Locked is going to find a way back in. The 52 just poking them off tower right now.
Indeed, for now, we can just see that the blaster is just teasing them, or they're just tapping them, and the other blaster just trying to get them, and they got out. They're trying to get the pencil goes down too, and for now, they're going pretty well without a backliner.
Yeah, their strategy right now seems to just be run it down all the time, every single time. Because you don't have that type of weapon, you really need to be forcing the issue, or else you're going to get poked out by the pencil, poked out by just any longer range weapon, and it's working pretty well right now. A lot of fights breaking out on the map because W Gang is forcing them. Unfortunately, they're going to have a lot of players go down, but they're still keeping up this aggression, getting a Stamper jump in. They get a trade, that works out pretty well for them, all things considered. They drew a lot of attention from behind, and they still have a lot of active presence on the map. As the blaster's going to get a pick, they still have the tower in their control, and they have players pushing up, getting ready to really threaten some longer range options. They had the Crab Tank online right before they got KO'd, but it's looking pretty good for W Gang right now.
Yes, they are, and for now we can see the aura flowing through the bucket, and there is just spilling basically. They're getting kill after kill after kill, and now the tacticaler is coming in handy. The boost from the aura and the boost from the tacticaler is just gonna make them unstoppable.
Yeah, especially that's one of the scarier things about running backlist right now, because if you start giving too many KOs, you just start feeding one player aura. This bucket has had aura for almost the past minute now, and it's going to be very difficult to actually outmaneuver a player like that. They jumped out, they get to maintain that aura, keep fighting now. This Stamper might just give them even more aura to work with. So
Yep.
that's one of the things in this new patch that you have to be sort of careful with when you're playing these backlist weapons. This 52 has aura now. Everyone has aura unlocked. They're just aura farming to get this victory right here.
Indeed, they're now getting that aura farming, and they're getting that close tension between both teams. It's really scary to see how both of the teams are really getting all their energy and lash out to the other.
Yeah, and this is where you start seeing a lot of the flaws of the backlist comp. They got pushed back pretty far because they don't have something long range to deal with. That pencil standing on tower, only really the Crab Tank, but they were able to make something out of it regardless. Got a very nice wipeout. Still not able to deal with all of the aggression on the side of Locked as well. That 52 gal is still going to be a thorn in their side, as they're just going right up into the splat, into the end zap. Going to get that KO, keep the ore going. Never mind, let's just keep fighting everyone on their platform. If they want to fight, let's bring the fight to them. As the 52 is
Yep.
really controlling the pace of this match right now, getting one more KO before they're able to before they get taken out by the Stamper and Splash. But that drew so much attention that they were able to push the tower up into that second checkpoint. Not enough to get the lead, but still, Locked is threatening to win this game right here.
Yeah, for now we can see that the Enzev, oh, not Enzev, the Gaul is going really, like, it's just going like a good Slayer, and just I just have no words, honestly.
That was just some incredible blaster play. I think that was a 1v3 on the side of Mickey M, but that's gonna seal a lot of things for this game, honestly. As W Gang is pushing up the tower right here, Locked really needs to fight the players, get them control some space. It's gonna take down the blaster, but is that enough to take back the tower? The Crab Tank is just has the turret mode on. The Tri-Strikes are coming out. 5 seconds left on the clock with Locked standing on tower. The Slosher is going to be taken out by the Zipcaster in the last second,
Ooh.
and W Gang secures the victory in a very nice Game 5.
That's really, really, really tough to watch. But yeah, W Gang got the set on the 5th game.
Yeah, if you're Locked, you've got to be very, very like devastated by a set like that because you had the strategy. You knew. I don't think W Gang really switched around their weapons a lot for the first couple games, but they switched up their style completely for this type of map, and I honestly really, really like to have that type of specific counter pick for this type of situation, and W Gang played it off really well. That was a well-deserved victory.
Indeed. Well, W Gang really outshone themselves on these last games. It was really, really nice to see, and it was really breathtaking.
All right, and I believe that's going to do it for us for now. So, Safka, where can the people find you online?
Oh yeah, they can find me. You guys can find me on Blue Sky. You can find me on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok, with pretty much all the same tags of BL. And what about you, T?
You can find me online on Blue Sky at Draco Meteor Storm. And that's going to be it for us this block. Thank you for watching, and I hope you keep watching for our next commentators. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool number 357. Sorry, Paddling Pool 357. My name is Matt, and I'm here with Moku, and we will be your commentators following our next couple matches. Next up, we have our winners finals against Habibi Gang and W Gang.
I've got to say, I think I've seen Habibi Gang before. They sound familiar to me. Do we know anybody on both teams?
We do.
Also, I forgot what I was going to say, but oh yeah, there's somebody on Habibi Gang that may or may not. I know I know of their anchor.
So Habibi Gang, very strong team going in here. The difference between them and W Gang is that Habibi Gang has not dropped a single game this entire tournament. They went 2-0, 3-0, and 3-0. So W Gang, they have their work cut out for them if they want to take this win into grand finals.
That's my Go Habna on the side of Habibi Gang. We're gonna see how both of these gangs fight against each other on the bread and butter of Splatoon competitive Hagglefish zones as both make a beeline for the zone.
We do actually see the Hydra come out, which is something we don't normally see here. The Hydra is an interesting pick here, but Blaster is going to be going down there. Immediately, W Gang has control over that zone, getting the first starting picks onto that, but we do see one of their players go down. And quickly, Habibi Gang is acting here to switch that zone into their priority here. But we do see this Blaster trying to shark out anyone that they can here. They want to make sure that this Hydra is aware of all the flanks. They want to sit on the side here, but we do see that Blaster on that flank, completely moving them out there. We do see 3 go down there, just leaving that Blaster to take out another before trying his best to take out anybody else there. But Habibi Gang still has that zone in priority, and that score is really counting down for them.
Indeed it is, and W Gang will have to make a very strong push if they want to get the zone back, and they put it back in neutral, and putting in drive for themselves. They're in the driver's seat now. They said, we need this bus. Oh, getting shot. Oh, yep, both of them getting checked for street passes in the streets here.
We do see a very sneaky flank from one of them, able to get some picks onto the board here. Now the zone is basically just flipped here. W Gang does have priority here. They're slowly chipping down here. They're able to get the pick off of the zap there, but the Hydra and the Blaster completely shut off that Stamper, and W Gang still has a zone in with 3 down. Habibi Gang quickly takes priority, applying a 33 penalty onto W Gang, and with 2 down, they're going to be forced to back up here as the members of the Habibi Gang are really going to be pushing up there. They want to take as much space as possible and make sure W Gang only really has one route to go off of, and that they can watch that at all times.
That was nearly a very nasty splashdown with the Toxic Mist getting caught out by the Zipcaster as the zone goes back to Habibi Gang, but both sides do have penalty points to work through. And look at this, ledge peeking like a Smash Bros, getting punished by the Blaster.
We do see them, they're trying to get that shark here, but not exactly going to work. A little bit of an overextend here. We do see the Blaster on the BB Gang taking a very aggressive position, with the Blaster's able to take him out before the Hydra gets to trade off. And with 2 down on the side of 3 down, and that is a wipeout for a BB Gang. W Gang takes priority, and they are over that penalty, and they've taken lead. And now that they're going into the 20s, Habibi Gang really only has one push if they want to make this win happen.
They don't have a lot of time now that the penalty points are gone, like you said, and we've got like 8 ticks left. They've got to do something. Size advantages for them, and wait a minute. Oh, no way! I thought we were going to see a clutch!
And with that, W Gang quickly stopping the winning streak Habibi Gang was on, taking game 1 of the set with a very overwhelming KO. able to just make sure, able to watch all of those sides and making sure that there weren't any flanks really is what allowed them to take that win. It's Hagglefish. We're going to see a lot of flanks, especially those blasters. We saw them sharking a bunch, and they want to make as much profit as they can off of those picks as possible. And W Gang did a really good job of just defending all of their sides, making sure all of their areas were painted up, not overextending too much, but still applying a lot of pressure, forcing Habibi Gang back. And now going on to Rainmaker, the question is, can they keep that pressure up?
I honestly think that they can, but I also think Habibi Gang might be scheming something. You see, they have a very strong backline, and their blaster is very, I don't know how else to say it, versatile, I think. They play it their own way. You can never really guess what they're going to do with their blaster, especially as a commentator. Now, I think what happened was that W Gang just happened to have more ink, and like you said, they were more... What is the word? They were able to observe the battlefield. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Matt. I'm over here like, where's the Webster's dictionary when you need it in the commentary booth?
They just had that. They just had. I mean, with the backlines, they really need to have a lot of awareness, and they need to just know where everything is. They need to know where everybody is. It's just one of those weapons, especially Hydra, and now we're gonna see with Edit as well. Weapons that can really control the battlefield. Now that it's Rainmaker, we want to take a little bit of a faster approach. We actually see the Dapples come out, which is a little bit more of a rarer pick, but a really fast weapon to say the least, especially with that cooler to help them out with that speed.
Right, I forgot. Multi uses the Dapples, and it's usually somebody else who uses the blaster. But right now, this is some very good evasive maneuvering for Multi here on the Dapples, getting caught out, pinched by Burn My Dread. You know, ball. I need to play Persona 3 sometime. But aside from that, there's somebody aura farming, and they've got the Rainmaker, and we're going to first checkpoint.
With the crab trade happening here, defending off each other, Habibi Gang takes that first bit of points. They take that checkpoint. They want to push further, but they do need an opening. We do see the blaster going down there, the Edit, watching that flank like usual, but we do hear a hammer go out there. The splashdown goes out there. They're able to get two, though, which is going to give them an opening that they need to gain a little bit more points there, but there's someone on the left, and it's a Stamper trying to just stop them. They do stop them, but not before getting a bit of extra points onto the board, down to 48. Good push from them, and the Edit really wants to make sure they keep mid. They want to keep as much pressure as possible. They want to make sure W Gang, they want to do the same thing they did to them last match. They want to make sure that they don't have a lot of room. And yeah, we do see another crab battle going out there, but with Blaster completely stopping them. They want to jump out there. They do get the jump out just in time.
Nice one, jump out for this... For the splash main here, that was really cool. And I want to say, you were saying earlier that Edit wants to keep mid. Obna is very good about that, keeping mid and keeping space for their team. And Benny going down! But there's getting turned into Crab Boy!
Blaster, one of the huge threats to Crab. Blaster completely stopping them from getting any value at all there. They have the bubble down, they have the pop, they are picking up the Rainmaker, they want to just move some points there, but they aren't able to do exactly so. That Sploosh up on top, up on their top mid, trying to get whoever that they can here, but they do get a trade on the board, and that's 3 down on the side of a BB Gang, which is going to give W Gang a little bit more, and with the wipeout, a really big rush as they are they're fastly approaching, and they do get that checkpoint.
Excellent work for W Gang getting that wipeout, and we're seeing them about to take the lead here. Taking the lead right from the BB Gang. Hogna out here putting in the work, but not able to stop the Rainmaker before getting lead, though. But we're seeing crab battle. Another crab battle.
We do see some extra points added to that board. Down to 26, though. A very huge push for W Gang. First, you get even further. Down to 5. Can they end? No, the Blaster saves them from getting killed. The Stamper's trying to stop them, but they're not going to be able to do so. And they are able to clear W Gang out of their base, but down to 5, which just means Habibi Gang basically needs a KO if they want to win in this next 2 minutes.
Oh, and it's not really looking too good because getting 2 with that before it even getting the splashdown. So W Gang has a whole ton of map control, and their defenses are pretty impenetrable. But 1 going down to the blaster. But it's still a hard trek to even get out here as the same person goes down to the blaster again. Oh, I think
They're really
they
creating
might.
a lot. They're creating a lot of space here, but there goes that hammer.
Oh,
But the hammer doesn't hit the Rainmaker,
unlucky.
somebody else there. But it's 2 down, and the Luna's able to get another pick, leaving just the Rainmaker there. And they're forced to push back by that checkpoint. We see the Luna going on the offense. They want to get that flank on the board. Cushions, can they do it with the blaster? Able to stop them with a trade. And with a minute left, the Rainmaker is just stuck in a really good position for W Gang. They really cannot push any further. They're just trapped between 3 different players from W Gang there. And the members of a BB Gang are trying to help out there. The splash goes down. They want to create an opening, but it's just, they gotta find the space to do so.
It is a massacre over here, and as Burn My Dread goes into Zipcaster mode, popping it, and nearly getting the Rainmaker carrier, but getting saved by Hobna. I wouldn't expect any less from Hobna out here. They know how to save their teammates from a pinch. Let's see what they can do in the last 25 seconds of the battle.
Crowd goes up there. They want to get that push going down to 20. It's getting a little bit closer there, but they are staggering on the board. W Gang, they're just gonna take that Rainmaker up there in these last 10 seconds. They don't want to risk anything. There goes those Dapples, and they want to just push it down into the spot, but no, they don't. But they do get the wipeout to confirm their win, and now W Gang is officially 2-0 over Habibi Gang.
Something I want to say is that W Gang has the faster comp here compared to Habibi Gang, which can lead them into more situations where Habibi Gang ends up being bottlenecked. So I use bottlenecked as a way to describe your team gets to a certain point, but it seems like they can't get any further, and to do so is like pulling teeth. This is usually because there's either more paint control, or they just have more ink weaponry, or I guess it's the same thing. More paint control, more ink, and a faster comp in general. Because
I think one of those things is correct there. I think what you said about the paint. Habibi Gang had 2 blasters on their team, following up with an Edit and a Dapple. Now, Edit and Dapple do have decent paint, but double blaster limits you so much with how much paint. So BB Gang was really focused on the offense there. They wanted to just get as many kills as they can and just funnel through. But what they were lacking is they were lacking paint. That might seem to them that maybe the paint was okay, but double blaster can limit you so much. It seemed like a W Gang just had a lot more control. They had a lot more space to move with, which really let them get all the way down to 5. So it could be the paint problem. And going into this next game, Clanblitz Museum, it's definitely going to make a huge impact if they do want to go double blaster again. But I do have a feeling that they're going to switch.
Me too. And something I want to say about the comp that Habibi Gang had, I'm not so sure if it's a fair assessment because Splatoon is its own game, but I feel like in other situations, it could be described as a glass cannon type deal where, yes, you got firepower, and yes, you can deny people space. You can't take a lot of damage either. Of course, everybody has the same HP across the board. Doesn't matter if you're an ink brush rat like myself, or if you're on the backline like Hobna is, but that's the one thing to note about backlines is you can do a lot of damage from afar, but you can't really take as much still. Does that sound like a fair assessment, or?
Yeah, and I mean, they are taking a sec to really rethink their approach here going into this next game here, because if they do lose this, it's gonna really put a dent in them, as they're gonna be forced down into the losers bracket, and it's a position that they don't want to be in. But we do actually see the double blaster return. This time, swapping out the Dapples for a Splat Dualies, having a little bit more range. And a little bit, I'd say a little bit turf on the map, but they do have that crowd to say the least. But immediately, the W Gang is getting quick to work. Immediately, 2 down on the board, and they're moving on to the plat, and with another pick, they're in their base already.
And I'm already seeing how they're struggling. This Splash-O-Matic right here, is a whole rat. You may as well be fighting an ink brush. Look at the evasive maneuvers on them as they go down to Benny with the blaster, but what we're seeing here is just a fast comp. Look at how fast they're already here at the other side. Map control in spades.
We see these blasters are going to take these really huge sharking positions. They're able to get one pick, and that's 2 on the board there in Habibi Gang. They want to push up here, trying to force that Stamper out of the way, making sure they have the clamps. They do have the clamps for a ball. They just have to combine them, and they just keep throwing it to each other. There goes that cooler. They have what they need to push in here, but can they execute it off? The blasters trying their best to survive there. 1 go down there, 2 go down there, and they aren't able to get that push going. They're going to get forced down here with the splash run coming in there. They aren't able to get anyone, and Habibi Gang is going to be forced to back up here.
Unfortunate for the side of Habibi Gang, as Hopno was so close to getting it in, but I feel like if we swam up a little bit, we could have gotten a dunk, but then again, I'm not battling right now, so y'all can come up in the commentator booth and be all like, you're right. Look at this. Map control in spades. Oh! Nice
So going
trade.
here, we do see some trades on the board. The Julius go down there, and now down to a 2v2 on both sides, and we see Habibi Gang. They actually get a jump onto the basket, and they're going to be first to score there.
No
down
way!
To 80. They have that bucket. They have the bubble down. The Stamper shredding it down there, and that blaster barely unable to stay alive there. But we do see multiple picks going onto the board. Not able to get a huge push, to say the least, but a push nonetheless to give them a small lead. And W Gang is going to have to push back here if they really want to take lead.
Indeed they do. Habibi Gang is made up of some members of Blanks, or as I like to butcher their name, Blank Z. And they like to cheese this map and mode right here, which is good on W Gang for bottlenecking them like this. Because if you let one member of this team on Habibi Gang into the base, they're going to be cheesing it, they're going to be scheming, you're going to be seeing the clams just flying in from all directions. So GG's both teams. So far, I'm really loving the strategy.
Oh! It was a huge flank from the Splat Dualies. Now, all of a sudden, Habibi Gang has complete control over the map here. With 2 minutes left, they're getting a bunch of clams online. The Crab giving them a little bit more space to move in here. The bubble goes down there, but the Stamper rushes in to take them out just in time. Trying to put a nail in that push. 2 down now, and it's just that Stamper being forced to back up there. The Stamper wanted to take him out, but they aren't able to, and immediately into Habibi Gang's base they go. They have that zip ready. The question is, can they get any value from it of some sort? But the Dualies taking them out before anything can even happen, and all of a sudden this is flipped really, and the Habibi Gang has control over the area and has control over this game completely.
You're right, but look at the map control. Now W Gang is already standing on business. While it's kind of equal here, what we're seeing is just not... It seems like more than just a power struggle. 2 going down!
We do see that blaster again with that bubble trying to take another approacher. No, they barely miss it. And W Gang is able to hold them out there. 3 down, and that is a wipeout immediately. W Gang makes a comeback, and they take a very swift lead onto Habibi Gang, down to 62. We have another Crab coming in there. We have another bubble coming down there, and another Super Clam passed into the basket, down to 42. And another one down to 39 before being forced to back up their 3 down on the side of W Gang. And the BB Gang is really pushing in here. They have what they need here. They just need the time. They have 30 seconds remaining. They're on W Gang's plat. This is the chance that they have to push back in here. The Crab goes down there, but the bubble gets taken out by the blaster gets taken out by the edit. But the edit can't get the clam in. But they're 2 down. This is going to give them the space there. Bubble goes down there, and they are able to get the score onto the board.
Oh, they're gonna start scheming now that the basket's open, and it's up to W Gang to keep them out. But look at that, flying in, taking the lead! I told you they were gonna cheese it, putting that cheese on the burger. But it's up to W Gang to try to do the same thing, and they don't have a lot of time.
They have just a few seconds, but they are on their plat there. Splat Dudes go down there, 3 down on the board for them. W Gang immediately pushing up to the blast, goes down there, and then it's a wipeout. And they get the clans onto the board, and will they take the lead? Down to 28 though. They just see one more clan there. The jump comes in there. The splash is trying to give them space, and the crab comes in there. The jump comes in there. Can they make it in time? And they do for the lead. And W Gang takes a very close game 3, and they are heading on into the grand finals.
Yo! Out cheesing! Out cheesing! The roars of cheese! Listen, your cheese is fine, but look at this!
Wow.
Obi Jack! Pepper Jack!
And
Get the whole
that,
cheese out here! The
and wow.
commentator booth has cheese! This map and mode! Cheese!
Completely. For a second, Habibi Gang really had the advantage, and all they had to do was defend. But W Gang, they were just so quick to act and get onto their plat and guess the picks that they needed. They did not want to go into tower control. They really didn't wanted to. They don't want to force that game forward. They want to clean it up, and they want to clean it up nicely. And with a very nice 3-0 sweep, Habibi Gang has to go down into the losers bracket, and W Gang is heading off into grand finals.
Excellent work, both teams. Honestly, W Gang they had more cheese. And Habibi Gang, I was kind of surprised that Habibi Gang wasn't able to cheese before, because that's their whole thing with this map and mode. Like, this map and mode, if y'all are gonna scrim against Habibi Gang or Blanks, just avoid Clan Blitz on Museum. They know how to cheese it. Unless you want to train against cheese. Which W Gang has shown is possible here. And I shouldn't be so surprised because they have the faster comp and the most inking power. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, Double Blaster is very hard to use purely because of the ink efficiency, and the Habibi Gang was doing a really good job of taking advantage of it. They were able to get a lot of picks, and they were able to get some good pushes going there, but just purely based on ink efficiency, W Gang had such an advantage, and they were just able to take so much room that Habibi Gang could have had if maybe they decided to go something different from Double Blaster, still keeping one of the blasters, but maybe changing it up a little bit more there. But to say the least, a really crazy set there. And I believe that's going to be it for a second. I believe the loser semis have already begun. If the voice in my head knows. I don't think the voice in my head knows. We're going to check up on that in a second. But wow, I mean, that was purely just an incredible set to watch. Habibi Gang almost had it, but just barely. W Gang, with an overtime push, was able to save them. And yes, the voice in my head has responded, and it looks like the set did end up starting, which means we're going to have a little bit of a break there as we wait for losers semifinals to finish, and we'll be back with losers finals after this set is over.
and welcome back to Paddling Pool 357. We're getting into Losers Bracket Finals. Habibi Gang versus Lost. Matt, how are you feeling?
Ooh, I mean, after that last set, I expect the same exact thing to happen here. We want to see some very close. We want to see some hype games going in here. The return of Habibi Gang. They still have a chance to make it in the grand finals, but if they want to do that, they have to go against Locked, who previously lost to W Gang. So both of these teams have lost to W Gang before, but the question is, which team is better of the two? And we're going to be starting out on Tower Haggle to decide this set.
A good map and mode to decide. It's like Splat Zones, but it's different. Like Splat Zones are different. Instead of taking a zone, you take a tower. And on the best map for it too. What do you think? What do you think is gonna exceed here?
I mean, we've seen how the members of Habibi Gang, they can and they're coming back with that double blaster. They're not dropping it, to say the least, and Locked with a very standard comp utilizing Pen, Gal, 52, and Splash. So very normal comp up against something a little bit more unique with that double blaster Zap Hydra combo. We do see immediately some trades on the board there. 2 down on the side of Lot, and Habibi Gang is immediately pushing that tower, and with 3 down, just leaving that Pen alive. Habibi Gang is approaching that first checkpoint, and they are going to be hitting it. They're getting that score on the board. This is a super scary checkpoint to get through no matter what there, and they are able to get through it perfectly fine there. That bubble comes down there. Blaster up on the right flank just to make sure nobody goes up there, but the crab coming in there. Bubble able to block it off there, as now they have officially touched that second checkpoint before the members of Locked are quickly able to take out 2 of them and take a little bit more of a control there. And with that wipeout, Locked is back, and they're really locked in here. They want to push up. They're getting as much control as they can, as the tower still hasn't crossed that mid mark.
This is true, and Locked also has good map control, but getting turned into crab boil by the blaster here. Benny on the blaster knows how to turn a crab into crab boil. I really want to try some of that, by the way. I always hear about crab boil, but look at this rat!
This blaster is just so good at giving his teammates the space that they need to push in here and taking out people at the same time. There comes that splashdown, unable to get anybody there. We do see that Slasher taking a very aggressive approach, but the Hydra's able to take him off there, and it looks like they are going to be looking to pass that second checkpoint. The Hydra gets taken out there. There's someone behind them. It's the Splash, I believe, but they do get taken out there. They are able to jump on the tower to get a couple more points on the board there, but that second checkpoint is going to be crucial here. 2 down, 1 down on both sides now. We see that 52 trying to get them off the tower at all costs. They've had a huge push, and they've been able to create a very good lead for themselves here. Heading into almost the second half of this game here, Locked has to get a really good push on board there if they want to take this lead, and the members of a BB Gang are 2 down, so this is your chance to really push up there and create some type of opening to push in.
Indeed, and I'm loving Owl's work on the 52! Taking out 2, contributing to a wipeout, as Locked gets ever closer to trying to take that lead from Habibi Gang. And what we're seeing here, who's that? I think that's Slord on the charger, where the tower was, yeah.
But all of a sudden, this is flipped a little bit closer for Locked here, but we see members going down left and right there. That checkpoint still needs to be patched. The block them do it. They're able to stop them just in time with remaining on that checkpoint. BB Gang officially is able to push them out of the way there, and they have a bubble. They want to play defense now that the game is a lot closer than it was previously. Lot's got a very good push on them, but they need to push a little bit farther if they want to take lead there. We do see that pencil coming in the bucket, able to swiftly take another 2 down on the side of a BB Gang with that splashdown, able to get another one, and Lot is in a very difficult position if they want to push back.
Indeed, this is a very difficult position as one goes down to Zekrom. I think that's Zekrom on the pencil now. It's so hard to tell between an S and a Z here with the font the way it is, but look at this. Habibi Gang has a... I don't want to say map control, but they know how to push when the chips are down, especially with Cooler. Went down to the whales though. That's a goated special. Paintbrush main. Anyways.
Down to a minute remaining here. Lock, they still have to push if they really want to take this. They were able to really close in the gap last time, but they really need to get past that checkpoint. That's their problem here. We do see 2 go down there, that 52. Quickly making work of the map here. But then Hydra taking a very good approach there. 52 is able to slowly shred that bubble out there. And we see another blaster being taken out there. There goes that whale with 30 seconds left. Locked is really looking for that push there. They have the space that they need here. They're up in their base. They have that cooler. We see some trades onto the board there. And it looks like with 1 down, they are barely not able to pass that checkpoint. And Habibi Gang picks it up with 15 seconds left on the clock there. They won't let them pass that checkpoint.
Now it's Habibi Gang's turn to start bottlenecking Locked, but Locked, oh my gosh, I get wiped out. I was just about to say, they had a strong chance to get that lead, but getting wiped out at the last possible second is going to give this game to Habibi Gang.
So, wow. What a game here. So, Habibi Gang was able to push in really fast, and then they were just able to hold it the rest of the game. Locked had these really strong pushes on the board, especially because of that 52. The 52 was giving them the openings that they needed there, and it was so good, and it was just a perfect chance for Locked to push in, but Habibi Gang just has this crazy amount of defense, and they were able to stop them both, I believe, 3 times from getting past that second checkpoint. And yes, that checkpoint is really hard to get past, mainly because it's in a really awkward spot where you're kind of in the middle of everything. So it's very hard to get past it, but Habibi Gang was doing a very good job of keeping them off the tower, and that's where that double blaster really comes into help.
Double blaster are just like guard dogs when it comes to competitive Splatoon, because you've got double the area denial and double the range. Well, when 2 of them are working together. And Blaster, just dealing with 1 is annoying, but dealing with 2? Oh boy. I say this as a brush man.
Yeah.
Y'all scare me.
So, next up, a bit of an interesting one. We have Rainmaker on Mincemeat, which is something we don't see too often. It's been rare that we see Mincemeat make an appearance, but we're going to be seeing it. It's going to be Rainmaker.
Let me clean my glasses real quick.
Oh, yeah, it's hard to believe that it's Mincemeat.
Didn't just tell me. I know you didn't just tell me. Rainmaker on Mincemeat.
Yeah.
So hold up.
It's been a while since I've actually seen Rainmaker Mincemeat in a pool. And maybe it's just I haven't seen it in a while. Last time I saw this was in Ludi, which was well over a year ago. So definitely interested to see this map mode combo make a return, unless maybe I'm just blind and I barely see it, but definitely one of the more uncommon ones to be played nonetheless, especially because that one of the checkpoints is just really hard to get past.
You're right, it's kind of easy to get to the first one, but after that it kind of gets snowbally or bottlenecked, depending on what team you are and what comp you have. Already we're seeing a little bit of a struggle over here by the ledge as Locked picks up the Rainmaker, finding it relatively easy to get to the first checkpoint here if the Blaster doesn't stop them getting taken out by Hobna. Or Multi, I'm sorry, I thought that was Hobna. Hobna's right here. Hobna's still alive. Hobna is still holding it down.
The Hydra staying strong, making sure they don't get that checkpoint. The splashdown comes in there, trying to just move them out a little bit more there, but Locked had a very nice opening, able to get it down to 60, unable to clear that checkpoint though. Hydra applying so much pressure onto them, making sure they don't get that checkpoint. Very crucial for Habibi Gang's success here. We see that bucket, they want to get that, they want to get the sneak, they want to get the shark as much as possible. They have that bubble down, and they really need to find an opening. They're kind of looking for one, but we do see some trades happening on the board there. Another bubble goes down there. The Hydra take a little bit more of an aggressive position here, trying to get whatever picks that they can there, but they're 2 down, and the Hydra's going to be picking up the Rainmaker, and they are beelining it, and they are able to get that checkpoint.
Indeed they do, getting the first checkpoint before Locked could. Locked is putting up a good defense here as the whales come out, but getting taken out by a splashdown and a custom blaster. But we've got a 1v1. Both sides advantage briefly for Locked will help them out here and pushing them out of the way. Locked has a chance still to get the lead back if they can keep this up.
Down to 42, not the biggest lead, but a lead nonetheless. And really, Locked just has to get it past that checkpoint and really get a good push going there, and they're able to take the lead here. But their main problem is that they need to get past this checkpoint in Hydra, not allowing them at all. But no, we do see multiple go down there. The Blaster and Hydra trying their best to take him out there. We see the Bucket trying to apply more pressure, but the Blaster comes in here, and they're barely able to get the trade onto the Rainmaker, stalling Locked's push completely.
Stalled they are, and Locked is getting bottlenecked around here, like I was saying, because they can't get any further with area denial from the custom blaster and just paint control. They actually do have a little bit more paint control in some areas than others. Locked kind of stays a little bit broad with it, but oh, never mind, that has changed. 2 have gone down, 3 have gone down, we're farming now. Wipe out!
And that is going to be a very good wipeout for them. The Bug able to get another push, and they are able to clear that checkpoint. Just slowly dwindling on that score there. The Bucket taking a very aggressive flank, trying to take out that Hydra. Unable to get it, but they are able to take the lead and run that Rainmaker up to 21. 2 down on both sides, and Locked is able to take a solid lead.
Oh, the way the turntables, huh? Look at this. They're already taking it back, but getting taken out by Multi on the Bucket here. Oh, also Hobna following up. Hobna has a tendency to look out for their friends, but if you're able to get some picks on Hobna, then you're gonna have a better time fighting their team. I guess you could say that for any backline, but Hobna especially.
Down to this final minute, they have somewhat of an opportunity here, but they're 2 down. They want to get this push going, but the Gal staying strong on the defense, trying to limit how much time they really have to push up here. We see the Tri-Strikes trying to create more space for the 52, trying to take out anyone that they can, but they're unable to do so.
That was a nice trade on the Hydra, and the pop goes to a BB Gang as who is that? That is not me going down.
And now Locked, really all they have to do is stall out this Rainmaker. They got 20 seconds left on the board there. Hydra gets taken on there. 52 taking a very aggressive position before being taken out by that custom blaster. And they now just need to rush this Hydra. I mean, rush the Rainmaker. They don't have a lot of time there.
Oh,
but no, they can't.
Nope.
The blaster takes him out there. But they're quickly able to make work of it. They can't. Oh, but we do see them. And we do see the picks coming in here. They're able to swiftly pick up that Rainmaker, tying up the score.
Indeed. Score's tied up, like I said. And I was going to say, I wonder what the Rainmaker tastes like.
I think you asked me that last time we were on mic. I didn't have an answer for you.
Think about it. What What if the Rainmaker was like one of those chocolate coins where it's like you tear off the gold wrapping and there's just chocolate underneath, like magic chocolate in this case.
I feel like it would melt though. And how would it be able to? How would chocolate, the pure power of chocolate, be able to send out powerful blast that can just eliminate anyone in the radius?
I mean, if you really think about it,
Splatoon.
Where do the specials come from? The specials look kind of magical, but it doesn't really surprise me to think about it. I mean, sure, the specials are canonically explained to come from an Inkling or Octoling's excitement reaching its peak, but we're using killer whales. Where do they come from? Where do the speakers come from? Or where do they go? Or
I mean,
logic, but
I don't know.
I had to think about it. Just give me any kind of thought. I guess you could just use like magic as an excuse. So it's like, how does a Rainmaker work? Obviously, there's got to be some sort of magic here. And then it really doesn't surprise you if it really doesn't surprise me to think, what if there's chocolate under there? What if you can eat it and become the Rainmaker? They just pick you up. They're like, don't worry, I can still save this battle. Enough.
And
We're
now
getting into peak game mode of map.
we do see a similar comp that we did see previously in winners finals. We see the Dapples coming back out there for Habibi game, but immediately Lot is going to take control there. They have that zone down. They want to just they want to get as many points on the board as possible here. Dapple's trying to just stay alive, but they're unable to do so. The Blaster is able to get another pick onto the board. 3 down, the settlement locked, and Habibi gang has that chance to move back in.
And they're moving really fast. They're setting up camp here. This is about to become their camping space. They've just got the s'mores. Don't let them camp out here. And that goes for both teams. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, nearly getting the camp on... I need to see. On Alwo, but getting punished for it. Was that a super jump splashdown?
Oof.
Was that a Splatoon 2?
Maybe.
Yo, wipe out! For Habibi gang.
So, now that Habibi gang has that locked out, they're able to take a lot of space here. They want to get the penalty down as much as possible here. They want to just make sure they have enough room here. The Blaster that very good position with a triple and a wipeout again for Habibi gang. And now that their penalty is over, they're going to start getting huge points from this.
Well, sometimes you do get some value out of ledge peeking like in Smash Bros. As one of them goes down to 52 Yao right now. But 52 Yao getting taken out by Benny on the... Or Multi, I'm sorry, on the Dapple dualies.
So now, just all the way down into the 10s now. They don't have many ticks remaining locked in a very locked out position here. They want to push back in here. The Pen trying to just create as much space as possible. And it goes down there, but 2 down on the board. They want to paint that zone, but it's not enough. And the BB game takes a quick game 3. And now they are 2-1 over locked.
Like you said, getting locked out, getting bottlenecked. So, the BB gang happened to be faster on this map, and it really does pay to do some ledge peeking, I guess. I don't mean like Smash terminology, but it's really something to see. Just goes to show that sometimes your skills are transferable.
So now we're going finally into Clan Blitz. Now we are at our all 4 modes section here, going with Clan Blitz on Barnacle. Question is, will Habibi gang lose the overtime? This time they gotta make sure they don't. Gotta make sure they don't this time.
It's Clan Blitz.
But we've seen how fast Locked is able to move. We've seen them overtake Habibi gang's lead. So, Question is Locked going to be able to hold it down and maintain that lead and try to keep it for the entire game there? Or Habibi Gang, they just have so much offense, they have so much aggression with that double blaster lineup. It's really hard to take an approach to that. But you do have to remember that in most scenarios with double blaster, you're going to have more paint than them.
This is so true. You were completely right about that. One thing I want to add, though, is this Habibi Gang with Clan Blitz. I have seen them scheme with Clan Blitz.
Yeah.
W Gang did beat them at their own game, but I'm gonna have to see if Locked can do the same. How much cheese is gonna be in this battle? That's what I want to know. What do you think?
I mean, going into this, I mean, Locked is in a very difficult position here. They have to win this game or their run is over today. And if a BB Gang wins this, they have another spot of taking first place. They just need to win either this game or the next game if they want to do so. And we do see that comp switch up. Instead of the double blaster, we actually see the dually switched out for a Tetras and one of the blasters switching to NZAP.
Oh yeah, NZAP's pretty good for ratting and for speed, so you're going to do a lot more with that in those departments than you will with Blaster. At least because Blaster has a slower kill time. But I'm moving map control unlocked. They're already prepared for the cheese. Oh, we're going
We do
down!
see multiple picks onto the board there. We see that Pen making quick work, forcing the members of Habibi Gang back a little bit locked. They find the clamps that they need here. They have the clamps that they need. They have two supers on the line there. The 52 is able to throw in a clamp before being taken out, and another one comes in there, down to 60. The tri-strikes come out. They want to try to get any more clamps that they can into the basket, but are unable to do so with the jumps being canceled there. But down to 60, definitely a solid approach for them starting forward. So Habibi Gang, they got to get their clams up. They have to make sure that they have the space and make sure that they have the specials they need to make a push happen.
And it seems like they're doing very well with that as Sword goes down to Hamna on the heavy edit. And I was going to say, just they've been trending more towards having more people on the map than Locked for the last few seconds, which has been huge, which lets them get some points on the board. And I think they just took the lead here, Pat. Or Matt, I'm sorry, I called you Pat.
Close enough, close enough. Her name's Ryan. Down to 48 on the board for Habibi Gang. Quickly taking a good lead against Locked, and it's going to be a little bit difficult as they have that penalty to go through if they want to take that lead. Once again, we're just 2 minutes in, and we've seen some great pushes onto the board there, and it does look like Locked has a bit more map control, forcing Habibi Gang back. And they want to get ready for a pusher. They have the clamps that they need. They have the clear down. They have the strikes. They want to make that push happen. The members of Habibi Gang want to play heavy defense here.
They're pretty good at that, too. They're keeping Locked out as well. Oh, curling bomb. They just kind of fell on your head. That happens to me on Bluefin. Oh, but look at that. Locked getting the lead switch here. Matt, what do you think is going to happen? Ooh, one of them going down. Well, it's a nice trade.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We could see another
Wait,
timer in there.
that was cheese. No way. No way. They're out teasing the cheese.
Just barely the super clam slid under the basket and over the ledge. And really, that's going to be big because now, instead of having to get down to 7, they just have to get past 27 if they want to take that lead back there. And really, the Sleets has been switching back and forth there. And as it does so, the counts are just getting smaller and smaller.
Wait.
Coming there, we
That's
do see
cheese.
2
That's
clams
cheese.
come into the basket there. Down to 34. Completely just withering down that score there. The members of Lots are able to make quick work. But the members of a BB Gang really close the gap between the score. Just less than a 10-point lead there is going to be huge for them because now once they make a push, they can make a stronger one. They only have a 20 penalty on the board, so they don't have to have much extra claims if they want to take the lead there. And they have a minute 20 to get the cleanse that they need there and to build a solid enough push to make an impact.
You can do a lot with a minute and 20, especially now that you've got the coolers, but Locked is making sure that there's no map control for them. We saw strikes come out, we see 10 missiles come out. The clam has been almost lost if they can get the clam in their possession right here, but Locked has so much cheese, you may as well put it on some pizza. Forget the burgers and stuff it into the crust. I want some stuffed crust pizza now. Sorry.
Looking forward here, we do see 2 down on the side of the BB gang. Locked has control over mid here. They're able to get these trade. At this point, they can trade if they want there because they can afford the trade here. These final 30 seconds are going to be rough here. 10 missiles go out there. They want to make sure. I mean, they do actually have a chance to push here. They have 16 claims on the board there. Eddie goes down there, and they do. They are going to be making an impact there. We do see that more claims coming in there. Down to 13, down to 4. Just 2 claims to take the lead. They just need 1 more to take the KO there. But they are able to clear them out just in time there. Another resletter coming in there, trying to stop that 52. They try to get the claim in, but it's not enough, and they do have an overtime.
It'll be up to Locked to keep the defenses up here as the BB gang is now pulling out all the stops. They'll have to keep going real fast. They can't stop for anything. They have to do everything that they can. It is do or die right now. They are going up onto the plat. One of them getting taken out, and that is it. That's the game. And we're going on to a game 5.
Wow. Alrighty. So, not what I was expecting. I mean, we kept seeing that lead switch, but Habibi gang barely just wasn't able to get that push in, and Locked taking a crazy game 4 to say the least. And now down to tower control Inkblot, and it's down. Whoever wins this game is taking the set, and it's been so back and forth there. We see Habibi gang takes the game, Locked takes the game, and it's been going vice versa. But now only 1 game remains.
Tower control on Inkblot. What do you think? Who do you think has the advantage here? Providing they don't switch comps.
I mean, honestly, I want to look towards the BB gang because that double blaster. As much as it's a little, when I look at double blaster, I think it's a little bit iffy, but they've been able to make it work. And double blaster is just so strong, especially with bubble here. So I feel like they can really take full advantage of that.
Now that you mention it, you're right. Bubbles are pretty diabolical on this map mode, especially if you already have tower. Putting a bubble on plat or in the bats or on tower are some pretty good places to put them. What else can I say? If you have somebody fast enough, they can just cut across the map. And I don't remember if this is the map that has the little platform on it so you can get into the base without having to go around onto the ramp. But if it is, all you need is a little rat going over there to distract a little bit. What do you think? Is that, like, what's your experience with this map? What do you think's gonna help?
Oof. It's definitely going to come down to taking out Bunker. And I think with Double Blaster, they're going to be doing exactly that, to say the least here. And yep, we do see the Double Blaster come out there. We do actually see the Dapples making a return there. And I think those beacons are going to come really in handy for them to make sure to create that space and get some good sneaks and get some sharking in. Immediately we see both teams. We actually see Locked going a little bit more towards that tower than Habibi gang. Habibi gang trying to get their specials up there, to say the least here. But we do see that Dapple's going down there, that Blaster going down there as well there. Locked has control here. They want to push that tower, and they are immediately heading towards that first checkpoint. Their bucket gets taken out there, and we see the Dapples make a head dive for that tower there, completely stopping Locke's push. And a BB gang now has that cooler, and they are now heading towards that first checkpoint.
BB Gang is indeed going in hard and fast on that hyperdrive, trying to lock out Locked, desperate for that win, having already been taken out by W Gang before. They want that win streak back, and you can see it in how aggressive they are. But Locked seems to be playing more patiently, but we've already got a 1v2. Now the size advantages for her BB Gang. Well, it was for a little bit.
They want to keep that push up here. They're aiming towards, they get that touch onto that checkpoint to edit, trying to stay alive there, but the members of Locked really don't want them to push up there. They're able to create a little bit more space here, stopping them completely. We see multiple picks onto the board there, but with 2 down on the side of a BB game, Locked is back in priority, and they are pushing towards that checkpoint.
Both teams have made some pretty good pushes, while Habibi Gang has stronger pushes, getting that wipeout on Locked. Not even paying attention to the map control that Locked has. One getting gunned down by ledge peeking, taking the lead for Habibi Gang. But Habibi Gang will have to keep up this push, and Locked will have to play more patiently. But both have a chance of either sweeping or just surprising us.
Going down here, we see they're aiming towards that second checkpoint. They're able to get the touch. Habibi Gang trying to get as many points as possible. They are able to get a few there, but with 3 down on their side there, Locked is able to push back in here. They have some space there, but we see someone is sharking that tower, and I believe it's that 52 remaining strong, but we actually see it was a blaster on there, able to just barely not take that pick that they need here, but the blaster trying to pick up the tower, but unfortunately they're not able to do so. But Habibi Gang is still trying to push that there. They do get that aura, and with 3 down, Locked is back on offense. They want to push this tower. They have control. The bucket they're looking towards, hanging in that bats area. They get the pick off of the blaster. This is going to be huge there. For the first time in the match, they're able to touch down on that first checkpoint with the strikes helping out for support to get that space. They are able to pass that checkpoint, but no, the blaster is able to stop them from getting any further on the map. And Habibi Gang stays strong on their defense, making sure they have control over mid and making sure Lock doesn't have any area to move around.
It's shark-infested waters, like you were saying, and they really don't have a lot of space to move around as Owl goes down to Benny on the blaster here. Owl going down again! It's like they're allergic to blaster. It's like the blasters keep finding them. But look at this. So Habibi Gang has the lead. Locked is being locked out. They have to play patiently. They have to push together. It's going to take a wipeout, or maybe a good few picks on Hobna to get something going here. Oh, wait a minute! Oh, almost!
Down into this final minute, 2 down on the side of a BB Gang blocked. They have a chance with this last minute. They're picking up that tower. The cooler goes down for a BB Gang. They want to make sure everybody stays strong here. They're approaching. They do get one of the blasters out of the way there. They're slowly approaching. They want to hit that second checkpoint. The Dapple's coming in there, but they aren't able to get any picks on the board there. The blaster making sure that 52 doesn't get any space onto the tower. We see the splash making quick work of one of those blasters there. And no, but Locked is still able to keep this up. They want to keep the tower exactly where it is. Or that Booyah Bomb comes in there, 52 gets taken out there. They're approaching that checkpoint. But with just a 5 point, they're trying to touch that tower, but it's not enough. And when these final 20 seconds, 3 down, and that is a wipeout for Locked, and a BB Gang takes complete control. Now that they're back into mid, they want to make sure they have all the space here, making sure Locked doesn't get any more final pushes.
And Locked will need a final push, and they'll need a good one if they want to have any hope of taking the lead for themselves. A Sword gets a pick on one, and working on getting that tower back. Claiming the tower for Locked. Oh, but not succeeding at it as Hobna hits on the tower. Just getting it for Habibi Gang. And that is the set for Habibi Gang. Y'all are moving on to grand finals. GG's both teams.
And with that being said, Habibi Gang is headed off, and they are going to be up against W Gang once again.
That was was really thrilling. That was a really thrilling set. Like, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. What stood out to you about this map and mode? Like, this whole battle. Not just a set, but just this battle in particular. What do you think Locked... What else do you think Locked would have to have done aside from having a miracle push to win? I hope I'm wording it right.
They just needed to have the space, and the Blasters wasn't allowing that space to happen. It really just came down to they were able to push, but they weren't able to get these meaningful, deeper pushes that mattered. And they just cannot approach that second checkpoint the entire game. It was a low-scoring game no matter what for both sides, but just one was just slightly better than the other, and they were able to just push a little bit further, and that's what really mattered up until the end. And Habibi Gang has gotten their chance back into Grand Finals, so we're going to be taking a very short break. I need to get some water. We'll be back very shortly with Grand Finals. Welcome back, everybody, to Paddling Pool 357. My name is Matthew Megan. I'm here with Moku, and it is time, Inklings and Octolings. We have our potentially last, either second to last set. We have our grand final set. We have a rematch between W Gang and Habibi Gang. We're going to be starting off on Splat Zones Robo. Moku, how are you feeling about this one?
I want to eat the big bowl of ramen in the ceiling. Okay.
So, just for context, we were we were talking with the voice in my head. Moku's very hungry. Moku
I had lunch a couple hours ago.
Moku needs to eat because, and this I think this is also an ongoing thing because this is the second time Moku asked me about the Rainmaker being chocolate, and now Moku's talking about the ramen. So I think we have to hurry up because Moku's a little hungry here. So can we get a swift KO on the board here? We see actually the double blaster coming out again there, and this is actually very interesting that they're keeping with this comp here. But immediately, W Gang is actually 2 down, and the BB Gang has control over that zone.
That's a pretty quick zone grab as well for BB Gang, but I shouldn't be too surprised. Habibi Gang is goated with the sauce. So is W Gang. I can't believe I actually said the whole thing. Goated with the sauce. What is this? 2022?
This is more like it's more like 2018. I feel like, but
yeah.
W Gang being forced to back up here. They have that cooler down here, but Habibi Gang doing a really good job of playing this offense here. Splashdown coming in handy, trying to just remove the members of W Gang from their base here. And now with 2 down there, W Gang has a chance to push back in here. We see that crab going out there, Blasters getting taken out there, but we do see one of their players do go down there, and the members of W Gang are really just trying to paint up. They need to get this zone soon, or they're going to take this KO.
W Gang is actually struggling against Habibi Gang. Habibi Gang is just coming back over and over like zombies until they get wiped out, and Habibi Gang takes the match. I'm surprised. W Gang usually gets the drop on them, but Habibi Gang is just returned with just this fervor.
And now, completely switching what we saw in the winners finals set here. All of a sudden, Habibi Gang is taking game 1, and now we're going to be looking at tower control on Undertow, which I believe we have not seen yet.
It's not really a common map and mode in competitive, but that just makes it all the more interesting when it does show up. At least it's not spot zones, with the double zones. But it would be interesting to see how they do with double zones, with W Gang versus Habibi Gang on that. But both of these gangs will have to face off here. Who do you think might come out on top on this map mode?
Ooh. I do think, I will say, Habibi Gang has been very good at tower control. I think tower control, other than what we just saw, tower control I feel like is one of their best modes, mainly because they can take full advantage to that double blaster, to say the least. With W Gang, maybe they're just like, okay, we needed a second. Now that we're completely locked in the game, they took a game. We're gonna come back here. We're not letting them get any further. So this question is: W Gang gonna lock in, or is Habibi Gang gonna show them up and take another win?
The game is anybody's at this point. Then now you got cooler. I wonder what the cooler tastes like. Nice jump out.
What?
Oh, but getting picked off anyways. It was a valiant effort. But I'm thinking Habibi Gang, if they're not going to... If they don't get tower soon, they might get wiped out. But we're seeing W Gang go 2 down on their side.
We do see that well, gonna be coming really in handy to deal with these blasters here. We do see that blaster just barely staying alive here. They are back in possession of the tower, and the crab's gonna do make quick work of them. But actually, the Luna Blaster gets taken out there, and the Charger is able to actually take them off just in time here. But the members of W Gang really can't approach that second checkpoint, as we do see multiple going down on both sides here. There goes that whale to make sure that Dapple stays down there. This whale is just coming in very handy for W Gang.
I'm not too sure how they avoided the splash down there, because their fists were still active. Does in fact eat up the fist?
I believe it does. I don't think it does the player, but I think the fists do. But we do see that edit coming in there, with the edit getting taken out there, 2 down the side of a BB Gang. We see W Gang barely just being taken out there by that splashdown. 2 down on their side there. The whale trying to protect them. They are able to get the double pick there, but Habibi Gang is staying strong. They have that tower as they are approaching that first checkpoint.
Habibi Gang will have to... Okay, so it was W Gang that had the lead. Habibi Gang has got to get the lead. There's a lot going on. It's so hard to keep up. Cooler out right now. Ledge peeking. Wait, what is that? Was that? I thought I was seeing some cheese happening, but then I realized it's not Flame Blitz. So, good jump out.
If we look at the board here, that scope the Charger actually got flanked here, and the BB Gang takes a overwhelming lead, approaching that final checkpoint here. We see more being taken out here, and now just immediately Habibi Gang is making quick work of them as they are able to pass that third checkpoint.
Oh, when they're so close to just taking it, but W Gang was like, no, you can't have this. Mom said it was my turn with the tower. Multi getting taken out. There's a big scuffle over here on the right side. One of them's aura farming. We don't know who it is yet, but 52 Gao up. That's actually a charger, but Charger's on business.
We see that well coming out there. I
Luigi's
believe it was a
Mansion.
little bit early there, but the crowd coming down there trying to apply as much pressure as possible as W Gang. They are approaching that third checkpoint, but they do go 2 down there, and we do see that Dapple's trying to just move in here, but the Charger are able to snipe them out before they're able to make a huge impact on the game. But they were able to close the gap in a little bit, but they still need to get past that third checkpoint if they want to take this game.
You know what they need to do? They need to get a good pick on Hobna if they want to have any chance of going forward. And Multi's getting pinched here, but ultimately getting saved by Heavy Edit and getting the wipeout once again for Habibi Gang. It's really close now with under a minute left.
We do see 2 down on the board for a BB Gang. W Gang quickly pushing back in here. They want to take these aggressive positions. They only have a minute to push in here and make an impact. They don't want to force this. They don't want to get this next game being taken off them here. But they're 2 down on both sides now. And they really just can't approach that tower, as the members of the BB Gang are quickly able to just make work of them.
Both teams have made short work of each other over the course of this tournament, and I want to say, as far as I've been commentating in this tournament in general, but with just 10 seconds left, will W Gang... Wait a minute. Yeah, will W Gang will they be able to take the lead? They're going to need a miracle push. Tower? You have to fight for tower? Oh, getting wiped out! I couldn't get the words out fast enough.
And all of a sudden, Habibi Gang is up 2-0 now.
Well, they're just gonna need one more. If Habibi Gang ends up winning the third match, I think that'll be a bracket reset, right?
That will be a bracket. So if Habibi Gang wins one more match in this set, there will be a bracket reset. But W Gang still has one more chance to reverse them, to say the least. And we've seen how well their pushes have been on Clan Blitz. So this might be their time. This might be their time to take control of this set. At least applying one game win going into game 4.
Yeah, this would be their chance to do that. But the set is still young, so W Gang can always surprise us.
I mean, we saw earlier in winners finals, we saw Habibi Gang make these great pushes, and then W Gang was just able to overrun them just barely. So the question is, can they do the same here, or is Habibi Gang just going to have this overwhelming amount of pressure, take this game 3, and force that bracket reset, putting W Gang a little bit more onto the edge?
Hard to say. Sorry, I'm looking down at my cat at my feet. He's just... I fed him earlier. Maybe he's looking at me. Maybe he's going, "You're hungry. Go eat some." But I'm like, I'm not hungry. I just ate lunch.
I did want to point out, you said how would the cooler taste? So you did say that last match.
I mean, it's a valid question. Does it taste like blue? And what does blue taste like? Oh, wait a minute! That was some good evasive maneuvering for the Dapples. Getting picked off, but that was some pretty good stuff.
Well, we do see that Charger making a very aggressive approach there. W Gang has a super climb, and they have that whale down. They have the ink back down there, but unfortunately they're not able to really make much of an impact here. But the Blaster, or the Mini actually, doing their best to stay alive here, but the Dapples forcing out that Charger, and that's going to be a stalled push for W Gang, and a BB Gang wants to take control of mid now.
It is a battle over mid with a BB Gang winning it in terms of ink, but W Gang is keeping it bottlenecked for them. And they're going to have to keep up this defense as 2 go down for her BB Gang. They'll have to keep up this defense if they want a chance to try to cheese anything in. I think there might be cheese on this map. If they can get the cheese at all.
Oh, okay, wait. We do see that Inksack coming in great help there. But we do see a flank coming into the blaster, able to take them out there. But no, it's just him alive.
Oh, no way.
The splash shot comes in there. They're able to take him out there, but W Gang looking towards, and they are able to throw that clam into the basket to take the first score of the game. 2 minutes in here. Not a very huge push to say the least, but they did get some score on the board, and that's what matters to them.
The BB Gang is already on the back foot. Will have to defend hard from here unless they want W Gang to take more points. And we're seeing auto bombs come out. We're seeing the markers. Not the markers, but like the point sensors going down the blaster. And I think I'm seeing some more cheese. There's somebody getting in here. Oh, no way. You're right. I mean, I was right. Jeez.
We see more cheese as we get that jump in here. Habibi Gang takes a very short lead, but it's not a very strong lead, as we might even see more here as the members of W Gang are already under their basket, but their blaster does go down, which is really going to stall out their push.
It is a game of stalling, like you were saying. I agree with you. Oh, wait a minute. That was a flank. Just dropping down behind them, getting that wipeout, already pushing that clam. Their clam economy is pretty good, but they don't have a singular never mind, now they do, and it's going to take some defense from W Gang to prevent them from getting in. Oh, no way, that was a nasty slice in mid-air. Teach me your ways.
We do see multiple going down for that count there. We see that bubble coming in here. They want to create this push, but the stepper coming in there, but they aren't able to take out that blaster just in time, completely stopping W Gang's push there. And the BB Gang staying strong with this very, very short lead, as the members of W Gang are really trying to move back in here. They have mid under control, and the BB Gang wants to make sure that they can break through it and make sure there's no possible pushes here. But we could actually see a possible push here with that bubble. Not exactly able to do much,
what
but
was
they are able
that?
to throw
What was
a clam
that?
into the basket, down to 67. And with a minute left in the match there, we get a little bit of a higher score to say the least, but W Gang is going to take very quick advantage of this.
What was that? That was some Splatoon 2 shenanigans. But we've got Luigi Mansion coming out. Oh, getting flanked. Nope, no sell on that flank. That flank didn't work there, Multi. You might want to try that again some other time. But look at this. Clam economy goes to W Gang. We're already pushing up and dunking it for free. Getting that lead switch, too. With 30 seconds left in the match here, Matthew.
Down all the way to 41. In these final 30 seconds, W Gang is able to take the lead here. But the question is, can they maintain it? They take out the edit. The Dapple's making quick work of them. The barrier has gone back up. And in these last 10 seconds, Habibi Gang has one more push to make a miracle happen there to take game 3 there, but the Stamper making quick work of the dualies with another going down there. We do have overtime started for Habibi Gang. They don't have too much time here. They want to push in. They're 2 down though. They look to be on that offense. They want to get that cooler up on the board there. They have the bubble there, and they are able to throw it into the basket. Down to 57. They still need 10 points, but the splash comes in with a triple.
No way!
And it looks like they do have the clams that they need there to take the lead. And with a overtime push, Habibi Gang is 3-0, and we're going to be going into a bracket reset.
Oh my gosh. I told you there would be cheese on this map. I saw those Splatoon 2 shenanigans. I said, I'm just gonna need so much cheese for that pizza, okay? I just want pizza. I
talking
want stuffed crust. Stuffed crust pizza. That's how much cheese is on this map. In this
I
set,
just
alright?
what?
So it's our,
Okay.
I'm just
Audience,
saying,
I don't
there's so
think
much cheese. There's so much cheese in this
Moku
set.
is
There's so much cheese in this
having
set
some
that you
internal
gotta
thoughts
put
about the
into
cheese.
pizza. You get. No, I'm just saying. Maybe I know how to take a joke and just keep going with it, but there are so many shenanigans, is what I'm trying to say. There's so many shenanigans, so many flanks, so many strategies that just mess with your head, even as a commentator, even sitting up here on mic, I'm over here like, just give me the brush, I want to see what I can do against these teams. You know what? Just commentate the set while playing it too. No, but for real. GG so far to both teams. Going into that bracket reset, I'm really excited to see who's going to win. What do you think, Matt? What do you think?
Well, I mean, now that both teams have 3-0'd each other, it's gonna be interesting to say the least here. As we're getting the maps on the screen, we have confirmed them. We have Clamblitz. Yep, there we go. Clamblitz Museum is going to be starting off here. And we got another Clamblitz map. So, I don't know how Moku's going to react when the cheese comes in.
Oh, I already know there's going to be a lot of shenanigans. This is their map and mode. If there's anything I know about Blanks or Habibi Gang in this case, if there's anything I know about these teammates, this team, that this is their map and mode. It's just, how long will W Gang endure? I know W Gang also turned the tables on them last time, so we're gonna see if that's gonna happen again. And I wonder what the cooler tastes like. But also, oh, look at that! One going down, two going down!
That was making quick work. 3 down on the side of W Gang, and a BB Gang takes control of mid. They start off this match here, and now W Gang is going to be forced to defend here. We see that Inkfact coming in there. The blaster barely actually goes down somehow, but we do see a bunch of different trades onto the board there, down to that 2v2 there. And we see the bubble though, and no! There's barely that charger doing exactly what they can to stop that push from happening. And a minute into the game, and it looks like W Gang might have a little bit more control over the map here, but the members of W Gang, I mean, of the members of Habibi Gang are quickly moving back.
They'll have to if they want to keep their defenses up. You can't always just push in, but here we are with Blaster out here looking to flank, but getting caught out by that not Zipcaster, but the Stamper at first, then getting caught by another Blaster with 2 down on Habibi Gang's side right now. Oh, 3 down.
This has been just such a back and forth set. I mean, we saw them in winners finals. We saw them just in grands here. Both teams with that 3-0, it's really hard to determine who is going to be the victor of this paddling pool. And it's been a while since we've seen a close one like this. So we're going to see how these players execute it. 3 down though, that is a wipeout. And W Gang is quick to respond with that splashdown coming in there, taking on the Dapples. They get the first push onto the board. It's not a big one, but it's a push nonetheless.
They've got the clam economy to do it, and they're gonna cash in their clams, as you should. Clam being made, getting one with the sword, and he going down with a nice support behind it on pencil. Nice evasion. The BB Gang is on the back foot. That's all I can say. Is they're on the back foot, and they'll have to keep up any kind of defense if they want to get any points on the board for themselves. Oh, it's a scuffle. It's a scuffle, Matthew.
We see all these picks coming here. There goes that Vac. They're ready to push in there with the Vac support. They get another clam onto the board there with a huge explosion, unable to get some extra picks there. Down to 68. They're able to score down a little bit, but it's still pretty high up there in the BB gang. They want to push in. They have 2 balls now. They want to take complete control here, and they have 2 minutes to do so.
I saw that Medi got wiped, and we're seeing the jump in! Ooh, Habibi Gang not being allowed to do that! W Gang has already caught on to their mind games! W Gang knows what to do! They know! They know Habibi Gang like that! Not even falling for the Splatoon 2 shenanigans out here.
And now down into this scenario here. With just a little over a minute remaining, W Gang has control, and they do have the clams for another pusher. But the question is, can they get the picks that they need to do exactly that? We do see that blaster going down there. We see the other blaster going down there. This is their chance. They're going to take full advantage of this. They're ready to push up. They are able to take out the Julies there, and with another vac and bubble, 2 clams go into the basket. Down to 38, establishing a very nice lead. And now the members, they are able to get a couple more clams down there. Heading down into 35, so a very good lead for W Gang. And Habibi Gang has a 30 seconds plus overtime if they want to take this game and just force them out here. And that's all they can really do here. But we do see the Stamper being taken out there. They are ready to start some type of push here. But the question is, are they going to have the clams to do so?
15 seconds left for Habibi Gang. They will have to come up with some crazy strategy if they want to get a lead switch this late in the game. Splatoon 2 shenanigans and splashdown coming out, and I think we're going to overtime, so they still got a little bit of time. We're seeing a clam right there. They might be scheming, or they might not be able to. I know they're thinking about something. Even if they can't get lead switch here, they're still thinking about it. Look at this. Oh, no way, getting caught out! And that's it. That's the game for W Gang.
Just barely unable to extend their time with that power clam. W Gang takes the first one of the bracket reset. They've realized their mistakes. They don't want Habibi Gang to reverse them, and that's exactly what they're doing here, taking game 1 and going in to now tower control on Mako Mart. Is going to be interesting because we know how well Habibi Gang is at tower control. So this is going to be W Gang's real true test of their strength. If they can win this, then they can come back further. But will Habibi Gang let that happen? No, they won't. And they're going to do everything in their power to take this next game.
As they should. Habibi Gang only has a few more matches to turn this around. They won the bracket reset. Now it's up to them to put their money where their mouths are and see if they can win this. And if y'all win this, can y'all pick up something from Mako Mart for me, please? I hear that their fish is pretty great.
Bristol's Rainmaker. Bristol's Rainmaker. Then it was cooler. Now it's shopping at the grocery store. I just want to make it aware to the crowd. Dapple Productions, they do feed us. They feed us here. Moku just gets very hungry. I
have a very fast metabolism. It's like I could eat from a buffet, and the food is already gone by like after 3 hours. I'm not even joking. Unless for some reason it's Thanksgiving or Turkey Day. Sorry, unless it's Turkey Day or any other holiday. For some reason, the food that my family makes will fill me for 24 hours. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it.
The voice is telling me that the streamers aren't getting fed, but there's non-disclosure that I signed that I cannot explain if Dapple Productions doesn't feed their staff. We get fed. I promise, guys. No, we don't. Yeah, we do. Anyways, starting off, we have our game 2. We actually see the Charger switching off with the Tri-Strikes one. Definitely interesting, but always great to have a GG special here.
GG specials are really important here too, like you just mentioned. It's a small enough map in which, you know, they're always good to have, but if you have a small map like Mako Mart, you're... Yep, that's what I'm talking about. You have more places, or less places to block things off. And Tri-Strike's coming out, it is really flooded with yellow here. Lots of yellow ink.
W Gang quickly taking control of the map, not able to get that checkpoint, and all of a sudden Habibi Gang has control of that tower as they're going for that checkpoint there. They have the cooler, and they are ready, and they are taking a very fast lead, and they are going to be clearing that first checkpoint. But before going 2 down, W Gang trying to move up here, but the splashdown not enough. And the members of W Gang are quick to make a response, and that is a wipeout on the board. They have that bubble ready, and W Gang is ready to make another push happen.
Habibi Gang is ready to take this match too. We've already got a lot of map control for W Gang, but they're being picked off by Havna down here on the edit, getting a nice double, and we're gonna see if we can get the other two out of here. Burn My Dread getting taken out. I need to play Persona 4. I was informed that it's a Persona 4 thing, not a Persona 5 or 3 thing. Could be 5, but I don't know. No, it's 4. But we're ledge peeking. This is good. Getting more points on the board. This saves them time. This serves as a nice diversion, trying to get up there and succeeding. Blaster is being a good rat right now.
Immediately able to push back. That second checkpoint's cleared. That's always the hardest checkpoint to clear here, as they're going for that third one. They're on that tower. They are able to get some great points there. They are able to clear that third checkpoint. They're looking for that KO, and W Gang trying to stop them out, but it's not enough that the KO comes in, and Habibi Gang ties up the score.
You called it. Habibi Gang really is desperate to get this dominate here. There's so much that happened. So much in so little time. What do you think W Gang would have had to have done to win instead?
I mean, already they're at somewhat of a disadvantage because Habibi Gang has so much aggression on them, which in the case that they have weapons that are more aggro, you got to be a little bit more careful, and you got to be more calculated with how you push your. You want to make sure your specials are online. You want to make sure that you can really utilize every single special you have to make an impact here. You gotta, instead of going for those quicker, smaller pushes, you want to make one huge push, leave a huge dent, instead of more approaching with a more relentless path where you're just pushing, and you're doing these smaller pushes that are adding up. Save your time, play patient, get the picks you need, charge up your specials, if it's clamless, get the clams, but in other words, in other modes, just get what you need, get the resources you need to push in and make a huge push and make it count. That's what they really have to do here. So when it comes down to zones, they still have to play it a little bit safe here, but they do have to take the advantage of the fact that W Gang does have more paint than Habibi Gang.
And for good reason here. W Gang has a faster comp and not a lot of paint to work with, but you can do a lot more with that paint if you've got a faster comp. And Medi on the mini splat lane, that is really interesting to see. And I'm wondering what they're going to do with it on this map and mode, the bread and butter of Splatoon comp.
Immediately, W Gang. W Gang. Quickly making an impact here. We see these fights going off here. W Gang able to keep this on, but the splashdown comes in and completely wipes it out for them. And Habibi Gang quickly takes control, but no, they go 2 down because of the blaster. And W Gang keeping it strong. with a quick 24 penalty, but they have to get through now. Habibi Gang giving themselves a little bit more time to move in.
Omna's out here with some paint. I was gonna say evasive maneuvers, but you're hiding behind a wall, which is actually a pretty good place to stay, because you've got people that will go through the street without a street pass, and then you've got to watch for mid, which is a very nice place where you want to put your anchors, like Hobna here on the heavy edit, doing it to the other side now. Like I said, if you want to keep your streets clear, you gotta go check for DSIs. If you know, you know.
And going in here, we see Habibi Gang, they're able to take that lead there. Going down into the 40s now. They have the control that they need here. They're getting the picks that they need here. W Gang remaining strong on this push here. And it's really going to come down here. They do have that chance to KO here. Down into the 20s. That blaster making quick. We're going to pen there. Not able to get the value that it needs there. And it's just that one blaster alive there. They're able to just throw them out completely. Down into the single digits now for Habibi Gang. And the countdown is here. W Gang just has to rush that zone there. But they don't have the time. And that is a KO for Habibi Gang. And now it is 2-1 in their favor. And they are just one game away from winning.
WB Gang will have to keep it up this momentum. So even though W Gang had the faster comp and had more paint, Habibi Gang is more focused on defense. They're more focused on objective this time around. And of course they're always focused on objective, but you can tell when a team is more offense heavy, defense heavy, or objective heavy, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. That's just the things that I see. Especially from spectators' perspective. And did you know that Hagglefish Market is called a market for a good reason? I hear they sell some pretty good fish. And they sell things like clothes, fishing equipment.
I don't think you're worried about that. I think you're worried about the food part.
The food. They sell food too.
Mm-hmm. So, Moku, what mode are we playing on?
We are playing on Rainmaker. I wonder what. No, I'm not gonna ask.
No, say it. Say it. Say it. Say it. No, don't be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Rainmaker on Scorch. BB Gang is pretty good at this map and mode too. You just gotta carry a Rainmaker. It's a pretty good fish. One time I bit into it. Pretty good. Oh, Sheldon might have kicked my ass a little bit. I'm just kidding. I'm getting too funny here. Let's be so for real. Habibi Gang and W Gang might have an equal shot at winning this. W Gang has every chance to surprise us here because it just is one of those maps and modes. It is the bread and butter of, aside from Hagglefish Market zones. Splatoon comp. But we're going to get into it. Are we seeing any comp changes? Yeah, Medis has exchanged the mini for Splash. And I think we're... Oh, I'm seeing a Luna Blaster. And a Sticker Stamper. Habibi Gang has mostly stayed the same here. We're already going in strong. We're already going for it. But that gets punished by Luna Blaster Neo. Don't want to rush in when you've got a comp like this. But we're already handing the Rainmaker over to W Gang. W Gang is rushing it in. Oh, losing the Rainmaker. Multi going down. Oh, we're farming! Because Luna Blaster does that.
Immediately pushing in here, they're approaching that first checkpoint. Splashdown, trying to just throw them out as much as possible here, but they need picks on the board if they want to take that checkpoint. And the Hammer's job is exactly that. They're looking for it. They are able to get it, but there's a flank over there, and the Yeti flying for the life. Just the splash alive, but that is a wipeout. And Habibi Gang completely stops W Gang's push, which also means Habibi Gang is up into W Gang's face now, and now they want to approach the checkpoint of their own.
That was a very nice booyah bomb with the area denial, and Multi, you just have to go and put it on the checkpoint. You've got space and time to do it, and you do it with 69 versus 68 points. Oh, one going down on both sides, and Rainmaker gets popped by W Gang, and now is their chance to make a rebuttal here. Now is their chance to be big shots. Look at that map control, though. Habibi Gang has a very strong defense. Crab Tank coming out. We're going to see if we can pop through it.
They are able to pick off the blaster. Both blasters go down here. W Gang is keeping it up. They want to approach that lead there, but the Dapple's coming in there trying to take him out, but no, they can't there. And with the Booyah Bomb giving them a little bit more cover, they get some points onto the board here. They're pushing down in here, down to 50, down to 41 before being taken out there by that Dapples. And W Gang gets a solid bit of a lead onto Habibi Gang.
That push is gone, but they got the lead for themselves. W Gang is now working on defense, as Habibi Gang now has possession of the Rainmaker. And they're in a pretty good position too, but it's kind of an awkward one, because now you're down there in pit, but now that pop, oh yeah, that's a pretty fast pop.
They want to keep that Rainmaker. Actually, no, they're not. They want to really stall out this Rainmaker here and make sure they don't have time to push here. They don't even really need to push here as long as they can just stay strong here on the offense here. But they do get a chance to push in here, as we do see one go down there on the board, but two down on the side of W Gang. And this gives WB Gang a chance to push back in here. But no, we see now, sorry, it's super equal. But they are really just stalling that Rainmaker as much as possible. And if we do see they actually gain ore from the push there,
Oh, I don't even know if that was on purpose.
I don't think it was, because it could have been. I don't think it would be, because if the Dapples did take him out, the Rainmaker would have been stuck down there. But no, he fell off the map, so the Rainmaker reset into mid out of that stalling position here. And this gives the BB Gang the chance to really push back in there and make that output. There comes that splash down. They're able to get one onto the board there, but they need to take out everybody else there. We do see them down to 50. The score is getting super tight here, as they want to pop that Rainmaker and they just want to push forward as much as possible.
Just have to take it and go. They have to take it and go, as the Persona 4 song goes. Irma Dread, come on, taking that lead switch here. Oh, one of them going down, and getting picked off by NZAP, but 40 seconds left. Will W Gang find it in them to do one more push, or will Habibi Gang keep them on the back foot?
We do see in these final 30 seconds, W Gang, they have one more solid push in them left. We see the Dapples trading onto the board. It's not something that they want, though. That Blaster trying to move in there, trying to get the pick off of the Rainmaker. They're not able to do exactly so. Two down. And it's really up to the defense there. Booyah Bomb comes out there. They want to create as much cover as they can to move in here. Last 10 seconds. This is all they got.
7 seconds left. Oh, we're gonna see it. Oh, losing the Rainmaker before they can do it. And I think that is it.
And what a crazy bracket reset. Habibi Gang coming back from the 0-3 loss against W Gang, just to beat them 3-0 in grand finals and 3-1 in bracket reset, and they are going to be your paddling pool 257 champions.
357 is I think it's 357. Yeah, it's 357. You know, we're only 10 away from the meme one, you know. But I think that meme might have died, right? I think
yeah.
The meme's gone. I think it just kind of... The memes never last long at all. They just don't. So sad. But Habibi Gang, GG's on winning the grand finals, and W Gang, GG's for making it this far. GG's to all teams who have fought in this tournament today. Y'all fought valiantly, whether you lost out the first set or lost grand finals. GG's, I am really proud.
And that is going to be closing out Paddling Pool 257. So before we go, Moku, where can they find you?
Y'all can find me at rokudraws1020.bsky.social, and there you can send me your ramen and your fish
Mm-hmm.
and maybe some chocolate. Now, send some to Matthew too. Everybody deserves a good meal. And Matthew, where can everyone find you?
You can find me anywhere at Matthew Mega. For any of you who keep up with the lands, you might be seeing me this Saturday, Big Dapple 9 in New York City. I'm going to be competing there. So you might be seeing me there. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit till I'm back on the mic again, to say the least. But on social media, you can find me anywhere at Matthew Mega. And I do, and I believe that is going to be it from us.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it is. It is. as if there was like one more thing, But no, it's
Yeah, I believe
5 p.m. and I'll admit I'm a little bit hungry.
And that is going to be the end of our stream. Make sure you tune into Dapple Productions on Friday for Trident Cup, to say the least. Otherwise,
Yeah.
GG's everyone. Congratulations to a BB Gang for a crazy comeback, and we'll see you all the next tournament soon.
Yeah, and go and eat something.